Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Michael in the Farmfolio chat room over there says, hey guys, how many people watch the Winter Olympics? It got to a point I had to make myself not watch it just so I could finish the streak. I even had Lunsford turn off one night at poker. I was like, I got to have my back to it because I made it halfway through it and I was like, don't want to watch it. There was nothing I wanted to see there.
Is it over?
And it ended last night.
I didn't think about turning it on.
Yep.
I did. I was remotely interested, and Dan wrote a really good column on the that Russian figure skater girl. She's like 15, and they drugged her up, and she failed the drug test. So, for whatever reason, they let her.
They drugged her up before she went on the ice.
Yeah, they let her. Well, they gave her steroids, and they let her compete, but they weren't going to give her the gold, which is stupid to me.
That's right. They let her skate. But no, they didn't judge her.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's just dumb. But she didn't win it anyway. Some other Russian won it.
The only thing I saw was the chick that was a dude, or dude was now a chick that won a bunch of the swimmer.
Yeah, that's not the Winter Olympics.
They don't do the Winter Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear about that guy that got his wiener frozen off, though?
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
That did happen, though. I didn't dream that.
No, it did. That's Ivy League swimming. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a complete mess.
Oh, wow. In today's world, responsibilities do not stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during their next Zoom meeting. And for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it could possibly be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the home of your dreams with ease. You don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because Mortgage Right will do all the heavy lifting for you. Mortgage Right's trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right financing option and stand by you every step of the way. Make home ownership easy by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Pat McAfee asked this earlier, Rockstar. What's one thing you despise and you know you'll never get over it? Loud chewing and slurping of drinks. He can't stand it.
It's awful.
He calls people Slurpy McSlurpson.
I don't like that either.
One thing here, we're running out of time, that despise you never be able to get over it. Is it anything like loud chewing? Does that bother you?
I mean, I don't love it, but I don't think it
I
wrecks
catch
my
myself
day.
sometimes if I'm crunching a chip, man. I get after some chips
You do.
sometimes.
You're a big cruncher.
Yeah. Love to crunch
Brown's
some
been
chips.
quiet.
Brown, what about you?
I'm not
Anything-
going to comment.
You clear throats or anything that bother you?
We got a clear throater.
Listen, I'm not saying I don't do anything that bothers others, but there are times I have to leave this studio, is all I'll say.
Yeah. All right. Brownie is done today. I appreciate you guys being here on a Monday. We're back on a Tuesday tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Central Time, and you can join us on all of our platforms. And don't forget all the podcasts, Spotify, Amazon, and anywhere you get your podcasts. We're back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
185 days to week 0 of college football. NFL franchise tag window opens today, and a lot to get to on the show happening in the aftermath of the biggest thing everyone's talking about other than Russian troop movement, and that is Juwan Howard. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all with you. I called 5 games yesterday. It's 5 games. Wisconsin side didn't get anything from the coaching staff. Couple of players on Michigan, one player in Wisconsin. They lose a game, as we all talked about yesterday. Is it a good ruling by the Big Ten, by Michigan, by everybody? What do you think of the suspension?
I mean, I guess I really don't care. I thought it would be more, but I thought, Greg Gard would get a game. I thought Howard would get a little bit more. I mean, it seems kind of weak just getting that. But, he got the largest fine in Big Ten history. I wonder what the second to largest fine was.
$10,000 is the largest fine in Big Ten history?
40,000.
40. I thought I saw 10.
No, Gard got 10,000.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know what
I thought that's what you were saying.
I don't know what the largest fine going into that was, but now 40,000 is the largest fine, which is probably pocket change to Juwan Howard.
It is.
Might not even have to pay it. Who knows? Michigan might step up and pay that for him. I don't care. I mean, look, I think I don't want to say the story was overblown, but it seemed like as the day went on, I was a little surprised that we didn't have an early statement from the Big Ten. I mean, we didn't get that till late yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I guess they spent a ton of time looking at the video to try to determine that. I don't know.
Or they slept in on President's Day.
Thought they had a day off. Yeah, it's a great question, Lance. I don't know the answer to that. This has got to be a cumulative punishment, though, for even if they don't say that for Howard, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be.
Got to.
After what happened with Turgeon.
Yeah, and I think Ward Manuel, your athletics director and your president, probably sat him down and said, look, one more strike. I'm just guessing. I don't know how you guys feel. You're probably out. I found the interesting thing about this was I kind of said, look, he's going to apologize to everyone. And what I didn't mention was Greg Gard. And the one person, it's almost specifically because how he actually lays out the apology and then finally says Wisconsin assistant Joe Crabb leaving Gard out of this.
Yep.
That's a complete shot to Gard.
Yeah, he didn't. I'd like to thank the creator of the stars and the heavens.
He really did. Everybody but Gard.
The hard workers who paved the roads here in Ann Arbor, thank you so much. To the sanitation. I mean, everyone except the Wisconsin head coach.
Yeah.
Some ill feelings there, but 5 games, $40,000 for him. Couple of players, Diabate and Williams get 1 game. Wisconsin's player gets a game. Gard gets a $10,000 fine. I'm like you. I thought it would be a 1-game suspension for the head coach of Wisconsin and the assistant, or maybe just the assistant who looked like he escalated some things, but no suspensions on the Wisconsin side. And, I probably, I'm not probably, but I think I could have forgiven the punches thrown by the players, and they only get 1 game. It would have been more if it had not been the adults who started this situation. So I do think they took some leniency there, Brown, on the players who threw punches, only giving them 1 game because it was the coaches that escalated that situation.
Well, it's the adults in the room.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
It was the adults in the room. Not that these players aren't adults, but the leaders in the room, I guess is a better way of saying that. The leaders in the room are the ones that were screwing things up. So it's kind of hard to come down on the players entirely. They shake hands and head to the locker room without the grown men.
There was no incident. It's like going to Chuck E. Cheese for a birthday party. You expect the kids stacked up, and parents, they're the ones that get into a melee.
Yeah, because I'm with you, Jim. Like, if the players had just gotten in this brawl at the end,
right,
I think the suspensions would have been heavier.
That's right. You'd had 2 games here, 3 games there.
That's right.
But they only get 1 game because they were like, well,
they got drug into it.
You guys had to defend your coaches.
That's right. They got drug into it. This fight doesn't happen without the 2 coaches. I do think it's interesting. Jeff Goodman pointed out that they got Krabenhoff's name wrong in the actual apology.
Did they spell it wrong?
No, Joel. They went Joel, and it's Joe. Yeah. So I mean,
we were close.
It's a sincere apology. He doesn't even mention Greg Gard, and he gets the assistant's name wrong.
Yeah, here it is right here.
Yeah.
You hope the Big Ten got it right, though, so that they end up they don't send the bill to someone else. Some guy in Madison's like,
Joel Krabbenhoff.
Why am I paying $10,000?
Well, the crazy, his agents are the ones that put that thing together.
Yeah. Somebody did. They didn't do their work.
That's on them. The only thing I can hope, and this is typically one of the more fun conference tournaments we get every year in Chicago.
The Big Ten?
You know that's coming.
Please give me Wisconsin and Michigan.
You know it's coming.
And use those timeouts.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've got it because Dan Dockich sent this out last night. I don't know if you guys noticed this on Twitter, but January 23rd, 55 seconds left. Indiana is leading Michigan Or no, Michigan's leading Indiana 78-62 by 16. Michigan takes timeout.
Yeah. Do they timeout to substitute in the
I don't know the reasoning. I don't know the reasoning.
Yeah.
But you can foul. You don't have to take a timeout. You can foul there.
I do wonder, though, because Michigan is a bubble.
We're all hypocrites, by the way.
No, we are. Michigan is a bubble team, right?
They are in the new bracketology, Joe Lenardi today, they're in the first 4 out. They're the more comfortable team of the first 4 out.
Yeah, because I was going to see how the Big Ten standings look right now to see if we're anywhere close to getting those two playing together. Wisconsin, if it ended today, would be the 3 seed. Michigan, if it ended today, would be the 4, 5, 6, 7 seed. Boy, that would be fun if those two matched up.
Going to take a little work. I cannot believe, though, both Michigan and Indiana, after their performance, both of those teams are projected in this tournament. We are going to have some ratty teams on the backside of this tournament.
Rockstar, we do it every year.
We do.
This is going to be the worst tournament ever.
No. We got to have 68 teams.
I didn't say that.
We got to have 68 teams.
But it could be almost unwatchable.
We got to have
this
68 Rockstar.
But every year we do say, God, back into this bubble.
I know, it looks awful.
God, it is terrible.
These are awful teams. And
we say it every year, though.
I'll start watching Sweet 16.
And we follow up with, but we got to have 68 teams.
Yeah.
We got to have them.
Every year. The only thing that's different is that Alabama's not on the bubble this year, but they do play tonight. We'll talk about tonight's game and everything else going on.
Can we get a stake on that one?
In college basketball.
He's itching.
I'm up 6. I don't know if we can get a stake on it. I do have a trend or angle on that game. I can't pull the trigger on the right side of that. Hemphill brings us our opening look at tonight's game. Hemphill Services.
Yeah, our friends at Hemphill, look, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. We've all experienced that here on the next round. That's why you need to call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is our friends at Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Rockstar, give me cut number 2 here. We'll get a little Nate Oats leading to the game tonight in Nashville, 8 o'clock for that contest. You can listen to Chris Stewart and Brian Passink across the state on the Crimson Tide Sports Network or watch it on the SEC Network. Opened at 3.5. It went to 4. That's the last time I saw it. Alabama -4 at Vandy tonight, giving 4 at Vandy. Vandy's won, I think, 3 of 5 in the SEC, 3 of 6 like that. But I went back and looked. And if my numbers that I found are correct, in February, Alabama's 1-5 against the number.
No, I can tell you right now.
Yeah. Can you pull that up?
Yep, I sure can.
I went back and did it old school with a pencil piece of paper and what I thought were the lines at ESPN.com, just going back if, whatever their line was when they do the box score there online. And I had Alabama 1-5, covering the line, covering one time in February against the spread. That's not good if you're betting on Alabama.
Yeah, that's not good. That's trending bad late is what that is in the regular season.
Here's Nate Oats on challenging his team tonight as they go to Nashville and down the stretch here. A lot of good wins and then a lot of missed opportunities. Here's a little intense Nate Oats.
Do you kind of feel like that's something the coaching staff is challenging the guys with, knowing that there's been times this year when all of them have played well on defense, that it's kind of just a challenge to them to step up and do that for these last 4 games?
No, it's definitely a challenge. We're not playing you if you don't play defense, period. I don't care if we don't have a center on the floor. I don't care if we don't have a point guard on the floor. I really will put 5 guys out there and figure the offense out. We've got enough talented offensive players. We'll figure the offense out. If you're not going to play defense at the level that we need you to play and you're capable of playing and have shown us you have played in the past, because every guy that we played in the rotation has shown us they're more than capable of being a great defender when they're locked into that end of the floor. So if you're not going to do that, then we're not going to play you. And that's just the bottom line. Kentucky played 3 guys 39 minutes. I don't have to find guys, 16-8. We'll play some guys that we know are going to play hard most of the minutes in the game, and that's what we're going to go with. But, yeah, it's definitely a challenge to the team, but it's gotten to the point where, you're not going to play. It's a challenge to you individually if you want to get any minutes. And if we put you in and you don't play hard on defense, you're going to come right back out and you're going to sit there for a long time, if not the rest of the game.
You are not going to play.
Well, those are strong words, aren't they?
Well, look, he's right. Calipari, without Wheeler and Washington, all 5 starters played at least 35 minutes. And look, I think a bench is important if you obviously get in foul trouble, if you need a spark off the bench. Sometimes it's a little overrated, man. If you've got the right guys in there, you are right. They are 1-5 against the number this month.
He's setting up his Norman Dale moment. One of the great scenes from Hoosiers is when Norman Dale does not like the way his team's playing, and he puts 4 guys out there.
Yeah.
And the ref comes over and says, "Coach, we need another guy." He says, "My team's on the floor."
That's right. The guys that can play for me are out on the floor.
My team's on the floor, and the crowd's going crazy and booing him. His home crowd, because he's only got 4 out there, but he was making a point, right? Norman Dale was making a point. Norman Dale over here, Nate Oats, he's trying to make a point.
Well, I'll feel really good about Vandy plus the 4 if
they
he
got
plays
4 guys
4
on the floor.
Yeah.
I don't know. One of Alabama's best games that I remember in recent years is when they fouled down to 3
they
players.
had 3 guys out there.
Yeah.
3
That
on
was
5.
crazy.
And they almost won that game.
And that was Anthony Grant, right?
Yeah, it was Anthony Grant, who's got his Dayton team back on the bubble.
Was that against Memphis?
No, it was some
was it
tournament.
Syracuse?
It was some tournament. Somebody, St. Bonaventure or somebody.
I think it was against Memphis.
Okay.
No, I think
or
it was
Minnesota.
I think it was against. I think maybe it was Minnesota.
It was Little Ricky.
Or was it Syracuse?
I think it was Minnesota.
Maybe it was
We'll
Gonzaga.
go to
Could it have been
These
Iona?
things will pop it up quick. I think it was Minnesota. I feel
Okay.
really good.
No, I
Final
think
answer.
Yep.
I'm locking in.
Pepperdine?
I think you're right. It was Minnesota.
Pacific?
Hey, so, those are strong words, and it will be interesting to see if you can notice him following up with that, right? If a prominent guy's on the bench a lot against Vanderbilt, you'll see that he was a lot of people saying Minnesota guys.
And Avery Johnson.
Yeah. We'll see. Chris, more importantly, the one I trust the most, Chris Stewart, voiced the Crimson Tide. Minnesota, Avery Johnson.
Okay.
You trust Chris Stewart?
I trust Chris Stewart. I do.
Yep.
Look, defense, you guys will get me. You can't be Gary Payton. You can't be Dennis Rodman, but defense is effort, man. It really is. These guys are athletic. They're long. These guys can get out there and they can get after you. So maybe this lights a spark.
Can I make a case? And I think Paul, one of our great Farmfolio guys who hasn't chimed in yet today, but I think he will echo this. I think he has a couple of times. Is there a chance Alabama overscheduled this year? And part of what you've seen throughout the year is that this team has been unable to catch up and get their legs back under them. Now, I've enjoyed the schedule. They've played a lot of big games. It's been fun. People have joked with me a couple of times, God, you go to a lot of basketball games. There's been a lot of good basketball games around here this year. There is something about overscheduling. I think Wimp, when he's on, remind us to ask if you can overschedule because they've already played 6 top 5 teams.
Okay,
this
but
year.
I'll make a point. I'm going to see if I can do these. Okay, here you go. Here are your top schedules in the country, according to KenPom. You'll trust KenPom, right?
It's Alabama in a gap, though.
Alabama number 1. Well, there is a gap
to number 2.
To number 2, and a significant gap.
A significant gap.
There is a bigger gap from 1 to 2.
Okay, but who is 2?
Michigan.
Oh, it was Kansas.
At number 2. Michigan. Have they overscheduled? There's a bubble team, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Michigan's a little better than we thought.
Maybe they're not.
Huh?
Maybe they're not.
Maybe they're not. Well, maybe Alabama's not. Kansas is number 3. They're 22-4 against the 3rd toughest schedule in the country.
I think Kansas made it under the 1 line this week.
They may have. Tennessee is number 4. They're 19-7. Their record is marginally better than Alabama's.
Yep. But there is a big gap there. You got to keep pointing that out. So
Arizona
the
State's,
Alabama fans don't point it out for you.
There's a huge gap. Arizona State's number 5. They're 10-16, playing better of late. West Virginia is number 6.
Boy, they've had a terrible year.
14-13, Lance. Oklahoma State is number 7, 13-14. Missouri is number 8, 10-17. Oklahoma, 14-13. They're number 9. Wisconsin, 21-5. They're number 10. That's your top 10. Most of those teams are below or around 500. Really, the only teams that their record really stands out is Kansas at 22-4, Wisconsin at 21-5, a little bit Tennessee at 19-7. Everybody else kind of bunched in there.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something to that. I don't know.
It has been. I like the schedule. It does seem like if you don't lose to Georgia and Missouri on the road like you did, everything's fine and dandy.
Yeah, I think everything does look a lot different.
Yeah.
And you get one of those games from Kentucky or Auburn. I think 0-4 against those two.
You get the feeling. You get the feeling, though, that you're hinting that maybe something's happening tonight in Nashville. You called the Auburn struggle in Gainesville this week. Do you feel like Alabama struggles tonight in Nashville?
Look, as inconsistent as Alabama's been, they've been pretty consistent on the road, which is not good. Consistently average.
Yeah. And you're playing a guy.
But you're playing an average team in Vanderbilt, but you've got a great scorer in Scottie Pippen Jr.
That's what I was about to say. You've got Scottie Pippen Jr. over there, and if your defense is bad, he'll drop 39 in your eye.
Well, 39 might be a little hefty.
Yeah, that does seem a touch big.
But if he goes 25, I think you're more on to something. If he goes 39.
All right. If we're here tomorrow morning and Scottie Pippen Jr.'s dropped 39.
Yeah, well, A, Alabama has lost, and B, that's going to be one heck of a prediction by you. Yeah. 39, a really specific number.
Vanderbilt used to have that weird home court advantage. Remember, Alabama went forever without winning up there. And I think the last time they played was 2020 in Nashville. They won that game, and Vanderbilt's only 9-6 at home this year.
And Alabama shoots better on the road. Now, this is a big test because this is historically a tough place for opponents to shoot. At least that's what I'm told. I don't know if the numbers back that up. But Alabama seems like they've played better offense on the road than in Coleman Coliseum. And if Nate Oats can get this message across about defense, if they could find a way to match up their defense somewhat to their offense on the road, this would be a really good road team.
One seeds, according to Lenardi today, it's obviously Gonzaga, Arizona, Kansas, and Auburn holding on to that one seed, just like the committee announced before the Florida loss this weekend. We'll talk more basketball later in the show. Look ahead to what a lot of people are talking about today around the old water coolers. They used to tell us to discuss that stuff back when we were in talk radio days. After LT gives us a look ahead by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if 2022 is the year of LASIK for you. Maybe you wear the eyeglasses, maybe the contacts. I wore contacts and Solution, wasted money for years and years. Finally went out, got screened out, got the procedure. Not only took 12 minutes for both eyes, I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. That's 969-8100. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Find out if LASIK is right for you in 2022. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Richard D., it's Scottie Pippen Jr., Jimmy, not Scottie Pippen Sr., LOL. Listen, if it was Senior and Michael Jordan went beside him, I wouldn't think he'd score 30 without MJ beside him.
You'd rather face Senior than Junior right now.
But they did put Pippen in the 75, right? He was one of the 75 greatest stars this past week.
I breezed through the 75, and I was wondering if our boy Barkley loved the fact that Giannis and who else was in front of him? Giannis is in front of him, and
they rated him 1 through 75.
Yeah, Barkley was 22.
The NBA officially did that 1 to 75, or they just announced the 75? I think they just announced the 75.
Well, I saw a list of 75, and maybe it wasn't the official list of 75.
Well, if it's alphabetical, Giannis is going to be in front of everybody.
But Dirk was in front of Barkley, Giannis.
There's no way Giannis is a better player right now than Charles Barkley is for his career.
I wouldn't think. Maybe they're
He's
projecting.
a really good player, but I mean, career-wise?
I guess the difference is Giannis does have a ring.
Yeah, big congratulations to Charles still being in the 75 greatest players. His birthday back on Sunday.
Kobe only number 10, which is crazy. Kobe would rip LeBron's heart out and show it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was somebody's ranking. That wasn't NBA official.
Well, they're saying Gino says ESPN did that.
Okay. Well, that's where I saw that. But I did peruse the 75. I don't remember seeing. I would say that Senior was on that list.
Yeah, I think I saw him talking to Barkley and some people in the video over the weekend. Didn't watch the All-Star game, so I didn't see the introduction of all them. But they did have cool diamond 75 Blazers. So Barkley on the 50 and on the 75 team. So, and if they expand to 100, I guess you hang on because they keep expanding the list every time they do this. Because it was 50, now it's 75, and when they do it again in 100 years, you're only adding 25 more players over the next 25 years.
I did see them breaking this down, and you saw the Pete Maravich game, did you not?
I'm told I was there.
Okay.
Yes.
You'll go with that, man.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I'm told I was at the Archie Manning game too.
But I saw that they were arguing that where they got it wrong was Westbrook was a much better player than Maravich. I don't know. I mean, I never saw Maravich play.
Westbrook better than Pistol Pete?
Yeah.
Pistol Pete in the NBA, if I remember, Hawks and New Orleans Jazz.
Yeah.
Yep. And sometimes with the Celtics and some others, but
that sounds like a take our dads would have. Oh, Pistol Pete was so much better than Russell Westbrook. I don't know if he really was.
I mean, Pistol Pete scored a lot of points. I'm not a big Russell Westbrook fan, so
well, most people aren't. But you got to look past that and see what kind of game he plays.
Yeah, and the game is different now.
I mean, he's a triple-double. He has been a triple-double machine, right?
Yeah, but Pistol Pete, as far as just a pure scorer,
could shoot the lights out.
Yeah.
Could shoot the lights out. Okay, here's what everyone's talking about, and maybe your kids were too today. Rockstar, it is Tuesday,
2/22/2022.
That's right, 2/22/22 on a Tuesday.
Damn, I forgot about that.
Well, what were you going to do?
I wasn't going to do anything, but I just.
Why were you trying to remember it?
Because, it's weird. Like, the older you get, sometimes you just get out of touch with dates, I think, a little bit.
Okay.
Because, the first thing you did in school was you put the date on your paper, so you always knew the date immediately, right?
Right.
So I just saw somebody talking about this last week, a couple of people talking about that we're going to have this.
My wife's actually performing a wedding today because someone wanted to get married on 2/22/22.
I'm sure there's a lot of births being induced because they want their kid born on 2/22/22.
Well, all right. So what do the Velcro Pygmies have to do with this? I know that seems random, but no, there's a reason I asked this.
Tell me the reason.
Jeff has just sent us, and I thought this was weird until you mentioned this. It's got to have something to do with this. Jeff just sent us. He walked into Lincoln High School, and there's a poster up in the school office for a Velcro Pygmies concert today at Lincoln High School at 1:30. It just seems random that the Velcro Pygmies would play Tuesday at 1:30 at Lincoln High School.
Well, and you can't
have something to do with the day.
The Velcro Pygmies are playing in a high school?
At 1:30 today.
Are they going to waive their alcohol laws?
Well, it's a high school. I don't know. But Lincoln High School at 1:30. Why else would the Velcro Pygmies be playing
Seems like there's some liability issues.
on a Tuesday afternoon at Lincoln High School?
I mean, if anybody ever saw the Velcro Pygmies anytime in a bar, the one image I always have is the lead singer.
Cameron shirtless.
Well, he's always shirtless, but
He's always got a tan too, right?
He does.
He never looks like Joe Burrow.
But he always pulls out a young lady from the front, sits her in her chair, and sings Nikki.
Maybe not at Lincoln High School.
Last two times I've seen them, Dunaway, I've seen them in Iron City probably 2 or 3 years ago and a year before that.
So he doesn't.
They don't do that anymore.
He doesn't grind on a co-ed anymore. I mean, I know he's probably in his late 50s.
World's changed a lot since the 80s, Jim.
They still sing P-Whipped.
Yeah,
and
not at Lincoln High School, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I think their whole act is going to be thrown out of whack.
Oh, does this guy have information here, Rockstar?
This is the principal.
All right, it's Kurt in Vestavia. We'll just assume you have Velcro Pygmy information. What's up, Kurt?
Not much. Yeah, I do. They are actually part of a program now called I was trying to find the Reach and Teach, I think is what it's called. But there's a program where they go into high schools and they have the school do the production of their concert to kind of reach an audience and a new group of young folks to get them experience on doing a production on a concert.
That's actually a cool idea.
Yeah, it really is
lighting,
cool. Okay.
all that kind of stuff. So they do that, and they do it all over the country.
So they let them do
they
soundboard and lighting and stage setup and all that kind of stuff.
Yep, all that. They do the promotion. Getting people to come, selling tickets. All that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's a cool idea. Well, thanks for the info, Kurt.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we still have such a smart listening audience. They know everything.
Ashley, who used to be a band promoter, says, I just logged into Velcro Pygmies, and they are playing in high schools.
I like them giving back now.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
They got to dial their show back a little bit for Lincoln High School, but helping kids learn.
Is he still going to go shirtless?
Yeah, why not?
Can't be a Velcro Pygmy.
Josh Niblett went shirtless at Hoover. He was the head football coach.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, should be shirtless, but with a vest on,
Well, yeah.
unbuttoned.
Yeah. Hello, Lincoln High School today in the Velcro Pygmies. I used to have to pay $5 to get in to see them at the Underground in Montevallo.
Yeah, I wonder if it does, because you used to have to pay for some. I think when Mr. Yarbrough the Snake Man came, it was like a $2 charge at Sachs High School. I wonder if you have to pay for cover charge for this one.
Yeah, the kids did?
Yeah.
Wow.
There was some that came, they passed the cost down to the kids. You didn't have to go, obviously, but if you wanted to go, you had to pay.
It's $5 at the door to get into the gym today at Lincoln, or a 2-milk minimum. When we come back on the next round, a lot is going on, including some college football news, and later Aaron Rodgers with one of those vague Instagram posts that has everybody talking. It is the next round today. You can be part of the show, 205-734-0923, 734-0923 on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I developed some bad habits to maintain a large playing weight in my college years. But thanks to Way to Wellness, I've been able to learn great new habits that have let me drop over 15 pounds in just the first couple weeks of the program. I can already see the incredible transition, and you can be a part of it too. Join our weight loss challenge on the Next Round website, and also learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. Lose weight and feel great with our friends at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
We're trending towards paying off a steak or two tonight. If Brown can convince LT to let me buy Brown steak, and you just donate one of yours to Brown.
That's a great idea.
No, or I can bring the roommate and you can donate one to her.
Yeah. It could be all guys night. We'll see.
I mean, did you see Lance and I, how long have we been doing a show together? And did you see how
Ladybird did?
Well, actually, you know what? Y'all both owe me a steak. What was the bet?
So we actually owe you two.
Yeah, so y'all can just buy me one tonight.
Would split it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that doesn't take off from the pile of steaks that I owe you.
But I am willing to take some off. If
Well,
we
you can
come up with
only
something
eat
this week.
one, so I'll let Jim make that decision. Does he want to cut away at the pile or he and I combo? That's up to you.
Until I get back from Vegas, I would like to take off from the stack.
Okay.
I'm heading to Vegas for March Madness.
If you get back from Vegas, because how many nights are you going?
I'm 5 nights. 5 nights in Vegas.
I don't know
to
how
which my wife quoted. At your age, you're staying 5 nights. in Las Vegas?
What is a good question?
This needs to be a poll question, Brown, because I really believe anybody post 40 should. I don't think it's possible if you do it right to do more than 48 hours.
So what's the poll question? Can you,
What is
after the age of 40, can you spend more than 48 hours in Vegas?
What's the right amount? Is it 2 nights? Is it 3 nights? Is it 3+ nights? I mean, I don't know how.
I see what you're saying. After the age of 40, though, is where your cutoff, your arbitrary cutoff is?
Because this is the honest to God truth. The last 3 times I've gone to Vegas, I've booked 3 nights, and I've left on the 3rd day. I've left a night out there.
Well, I don't know.
Basically, just after halftime.
Yeah.
Of a trip to Vegas.
I just didn't want to come back in a body bag. You guys saw me after 3 nights on the road.
I did. I don't know.
Should have done it too.
I don't know that the vast majority of humanity pushes it the way you do, though, when you're in Vegas. Would you say you push hard?
He said when you do it right.
Yeah. No, I think more people that if you have any, I don't know, any vices.
Oh, yes.
I think that's
Vegas,
where everybody pushes all in. So I think more people go from 0 to 10 once they get to Vegas than any place else.
There are some places you go where you can't find any vice, right? Like not every vice is on the table, say in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Or where's the place you went, population 1?
Monterey. There are very few vices on the table in Monterey.
I found them in Lancaster, but, you know.
Not all vices, though. That's my point. Yeah. Every vice.
Monterey, you were sitting there sniffing gas.
Yeah.
Wow, what a trip.
They were drinking. I told Lance.
That old lady was like, there's a man in town. How old was she?
She was doing this.
She's in her 80s.
She was brushing clumps of hair out.
Such a sweet lady. Y'all don't talk about her that way.
Is she still alive?
I've not seen that she died. And I think it'd be a pretty big story.
Pre-pandemic, didn't you?
Oh, gosh, yes. I went.
Wow. Well, she didn't have to worry about COVID. She's going to wear a mask by herself.
It's a town of one. Who's going to bring COVID in? But they were drinking beers with tomato juice in it. They would drink the top off the beer and the pour in the tomato juice, the old red eye. That's what all the people out there were doing. But my point is, in Vegas, every vice is on the table. Like, there's not a vice where, like, you can't get that in Vegas.
Most of them are
legal.
get it
in Vegas.
No, you can.
Yeah, most of them are legal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, every vice is available.
Any
in
flavor.
Vegas.
It's like going to one of those Mexican restaurants where you're like, hell, they got 42 flavors of margaritas.
That's right. You can have all you want.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway,
Rockstar, what's the most annoying thing in Vegas, though? You did it yesterday.
On the street, they got the people with
those cards.
Do they still give the cards, though?
Yeah. Well, last time I was there, that was probably 14?
I haven't been since 2020.
Yeah. Well, I'm going for I think it's my 3rd time that I've gone on a guide trip to watch the NCAA tournament. We go out there and, you watch the games. The late game is done at 9 o'clock, and then you do all night gambling and drinking.
Do you guys do the clubs at all or no?
As in clubs like Give Me the Beat, Brown? Those clubs?
Yeah, I mean, just you don't ever try to experience
No,
those?
I go to some concerts and I do some live music. We eat really, really well.
Have you checked the concert schedule out
Any
there?
European pools in your future?
Well, remember I tried to get into Wet Republic, but I was going really early in the day and I was told I was too old.
They waved him off.
Yeah. No, sir. No, sir.
Are you looking for your granddaughter?
Yeah. And that's been a while. So unless I wear a hat, I didn't have a hat on. The hat's the key with me.
I thought some places they wouldn't let you wear them, though.
Yeah, they don't. Today's also National Margarita Day, says Dave.
Oh, wow. I mean, we're going to have to get into something today, right? I mean, it is 2/22/22 for the only time.
That's right. We'll do it.
Let's amp this Tuesday up.
Part of our show today is being brought to you by the great folks, Rockstar's guy. It's Adam Mestre. Rockstar, tell us about your guy.
Adam, you know that Adam is a 3rd-generation realtor at MD Realtor. Born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589, or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jason Isbell, he's in concert when you're out there. You
really? Yeah. I do like Jason.
Boy, there are a lot of
wear your
cousins.
mask.
Name it sportscaster in Alabama that doesn't like Jason Isbell.
Yeah, really.
Some idiot named Scott on Twitter says, bold prediction by Dunaway this morning. If Scottie Pippen Jr. goes off for 39 points, oh, wait, that's Forrester. Alabama will lose to Vanderbilt. I knew it was you, Forrester. I'm just playing with you. You can always jump in the Farmfolio chat room at Next Round Live on Twitter, and also on any of our video platforms, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, Twitch, or anywhere you're watching us today. That throws you in the Farmfolio chat room. Thanks for being a part of us. And I will tell you this: we're looking at an interesting thing happening in college football. Yesterday at Georgia, Matt Luke steps down just to spend time with the family. Offensive line coach, one-time head coach at Ole Miss, 23 years of coaching after playing in the SEC, and he is stepping down. And everyone is sort of painting this in a big picture of seeing assistant coaches going to the NFL for lesser jobs in some places and lesser pay in some places, or just retiring as the schedule for college coaches are out of whack. Like you see yesterday, both coordinators from LSU last year have joined different. One with the Rams, Jake Peets. Durante Jones, the defensive coordinator, joined the Vikings. Peets is just going to be an off-the-field assistant. Durante Jones is going to be a DB coach. Everyone seems to be leaving, not everyone, a lot of people leaving the college game either to get out because they feel overworked, or they're going to the NFL where there's more structure in the calendar. And people are starting to paint this big picture that we've got to do something about the college football calendar to help the coaches like we do with the players. You know, they limit the players. You can do this and you can do this a number of hours.
I still think you can only do so much, Dunaway. I think when you put in the recruiting factor, I think that's what puts it over the top. And I
there's
think,
no doubt.
You know, if you're one of these guys like a Jake Peets that probably will never be a head coach, why not make $350,000, maybe even a little bit more, to be around the game that you love and to get a legitimate 3 months off a year?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people, it's easy now to forget the whole Austin Davis situation at Auburn because a lot has happened at Auburn since then, right?
That's right. It did not become that big of a story because of what came next.
Right. One of the theories behind Austin Davis, and I'm not saying this is true or not, or you have to believe it or not, is that he very quickly got overwhelmed by the recruiting pressure, basically. That he came from the NFL, spent a week at Auburn, and was like, oh my gosh, is this what recruiting has become? And was either ready just to be done with college coaching or try to get back in the NFL. So it appears now, you know, he's just done with coaching at this point and wanted to spend more time with the family. That's just one of the theories, Lance, and I'm not saying it's true, but it is a believable theory.
Well, can you imagine this next layer now with NIL? And, you know, you had to deal with ego before and, you know, entitled athletes that were five-star guys. But now you've got guys saying, okay, you know, if I'm coming to play for you, what are you going to get from me? Like, I want a seven-figure NIL deal. So I need you to start working on that for me. And I guarantee those conversations are being had right now.
Oh, 100%.
And if I'm a guy Matt Luke's been coaching for 23 years in college, I don't want to deal with that anymore. And look, I don't know if this is just Matt Luke wanted to spend time with his family. I hope that's all it is. The timing is really weird to me.
And that's
we're coming up on the end of February. But I don't blame some of these guys if you have another opportunity where you don't have to deal with this. NIL is taking it up another level.
And that's another sad thing about this. And I'm not taking a shot at you here, Lance. It's a natural question. I saw our buddy Josh Pate 24/7 saying, and I don't know if he knows Matt well or, you know, just that he's dug into it, that, hey, this is legitimately the guy wants to get away and spend time with his family. Unfortunately, when you see that line, you know, so-and-so is resigning to spend more time with their family, you're like, wonder what happened.
But Kirby Smart.
Isn't it sad, though, that
No,
that's
it really
what
is.
it is? It's true.
But Kirby went out of his way and gave
Yes.
a great message yesterday and did talk about it was truly just to spend time with his family, and several high-profile media people have had to back it up, right?
But that's sad, though, that we just jump to that assumption that, something must have happened.
I got to be honest. We all knew Dan Lanning left. That makes sense. He's becoming Oregon's head coach.
Easy.
I didn't realize that your defensive backs coach left to take the same position at Miami, and your wide receivers coach left to take the same position at LSU.
Yep.
So to me, that's a little strange too.
Well, I mean, Kirby is like Nick Saban, is a recruiting holic. Like, it is nonstop. The
But
grind.
is Mario Cristobal not?
Oh,
Yeah,
he is.
he
He
is.
is.
Brian
Yeah.
Kelly is
He
becoming one of those guys. He knows he's got to become one if he wants to take LSU to where they want to be.
That is a storyline for the offseason is can Kirby do what, say, Nick Saban has done and just replace assistant coaches and rework his staff? You've just won. Matt Luke, this timing doesn't surprise me because you're cranking into spring practice now, and he's probably like, here we go again already. There's no time to recharge. I'm still pulling the confetti out of my suitcase.
That's right.
And we just finished with signing day.
But
the second part of it.
Yeah, he's also got something a lot of assistant coaches don't have, though, and that's a head coach buyout.
That's right.
So it's a little bit easier for Matt Luke to do this than most assistants.
That's the other side of this is the money that these guys are making, even on the assistant level now, is what head coaches used to make back in the day. If you're a coordinator now of any worth, you're making $800 to $1.5 million a year. I mean, you can bank some money at that point.
Well, being in the game 23 years, I mean, what kind of money? Like, is he tenured somewhere? Is he getting paid?
I don't think it matters. I think I don't know what Ole Miss had to pay him to leave.
I think they paid him $15 million to $20 million when he got fired at Ole Miss.
No, it wasn't that.
I think it was.
Oh, then I never would have gone to Georgia.
Well, I think a lot of people wondered why he did.
You know, we had Matt on the show. I think it was at Regions. Remember that?
Yeah, very likable guy.
Great guy.
Really likable guy, but you had a feeling that it was going to be abbreviated, his stay, because he was that Band-Aid at Ole Miss. Yeah. I didn't realize he got that kind of money.
On 2/22/22, doesn't he have a twin? Matt Luke?
He does, I remember he was playing with him that day. They looked identical.
Yeah.
I guess that's what a twin is, right?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's why we call you Dr. Taylor.
No, but you guys will give me, there are some twins out there that don't look like
fraternal twins.
Yeah, not identical, but fraternal twins,
Yeah, damn thing look just like that.
Hey, so what if it wasn't really Matt Luke who sat down with us? What if it was the twin brother?
Yeah,
hey, will you go do media interviews with me?
I bet that was Dunaway's question when he met twins. Hey, did you ever date your brother's girlfriend?
Hunter says $17 million.
No, that was the staff buyout. I'm looking at the Clarion Ledger story. The staff buyout was $17 million. So,
a lot of that's going to go to Matt, right?
Yeah, but I mean that's assistants and everything. I'm trying to. I don't know why.
I would be sitting in my beach chair and watching them build my house this spring. That's what I'd be doing.
I think it's safe to say he's probably getting 12 to 15 million from Ole Miss. I think that would be a safe assumption.
Yeah.
If the whole staff buyout was 17 million.
All right, so Matt Luke's out. Georgia's makeover of staff's going on. Kentucky's looking for their OC, and a lot more college football happening. When we come back, more of your comments in the Farmfolio chat room. Congratulations to Montana Fouts. She's the SEC Pitcher of the Week for Alabama. 11 strikeouts against number 8 Virginia Tech, 13 strikeouts in a follow-up game. They're off to play number 20 Louisiana Lafayette down in Louisiana in a big tournament this weekend. You can read more about that and see all of our top reads today right now online at Next Round Live. On Round at Next Round Live. Part of our show being brought to you by Cowan Equipment LT. Brown's got some poll questions out there, and you can tell us about Cowan Equipment, who brings us the poll questions every day.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, always proud to partner with us here on the Next Round. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com. Find out about how we can be your heavy equipment solution from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, go to Cowan.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Last night, number 10 Baylor in a close one over Oklahoma State. Number 22 Ohio State frustrating LT against Indiana in overtime, 80-69. Somehow I feel like that cost you a lock.
Overtime, I've told Brown a long time ago, that's where dogs go to die.
That's right. That's where underdogs go to die.
I was catching 7, and I said I got involved. I was watching, what was I watching last night? I tried Severance. So I got away from watching Indiana, Ohio State, because I felt good once it got to overtime, and so I started watching Severance, the first episode on Apple Plus, and I'm watching on Gamecast, and I can't watch on Gamecast anymore. Every game I watch on Gamecast, I don't cover. But if you're catching 7 and you get to overtime and you get outscored 17-6, that's bad.
I mean, is Indiana basketball, or are they Nebraska football? We've talked about that before. Mike Woodson, it's his first year.
Not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah, not quite, but
it's Miami football.
But they've only gone to one Final Four since Bobby Knight. I think I'm right about that.
It's Miami football.
It is Miami football, yeah. They used to be not quite as dominant as Miami football was at one point, but pretty dominant.
Alabama A&M and Alabama State both won last night. Samford beat the Citadel. Quez Glover with 26 more points. They've won 8 of 9. Bucky's team red hot as they get close to the Southern Conference tournament. 8 of 9 they've won there.
How cool would it be if we had 5 teams? If you got Jack State,
who could be the 1 seed, most likely going to be the 1 seed in the ASUN.
Yeah.
Jack State,
Samford,
UAB, Alabama, and Auburn.
Samford right now would be the 3 seed in that tournament.
They played their way into having a really good seed in that tournament.
Yeah, their problem is I don't know if they can catch Furman or Chattanooga. Chattanooga's really good. They're 22-7, so they're probably going to be the 3 seed. But you got a shot.
Yeah, get to play your way into the tournament. At all these one bid leagues there. That's what was happening last night. In some of the games there. And again, Alabama, we talked about it to start the show. On the road in Nashville tonight at 8, part of the show being brought to you by our friends
at High Point Properties, the leader in creating beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area. They are now offering several sites in Helena that range from 3 to 43 acres. Call Wes at High Point Properties today, 240-0204. That's 240-0204, or visit hppro.com. That is hppro.com.
We're on our way to the USFL draft tonight. We're not going, but the draft is happening tonight here in Birmingham, tonight and tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Social media on USFL, I believe, is the only place you can get that. I don't think there's television
They
for
keep
that.
you away. The last time you went to a draft in one of these leagues, they shut it down before they kicked
What was
it
it? The Alliance? No. What was it?
Well, I can't remember the name of the league. They never played a game.
It wasn't the Alliance for American Football, was it?
Didn't you say they drafted Andrew Zhao number 1?
They did. Yeah. Should have been a red flag.
I love Andrew Zhao.
Oh, I love Andrew too.
I think he's at Clemson. Probably listening right now. Shout out.
So. I love Andrew. I think Andrew would tell you, I'm not a professional quarterback. I'm a good coach.
I think I owe him a round of golf right now.
That's random. How do you owe Andrew Zhao a round of golf?
I can't remember, but I think I do.
You have a lot of debts.
Yeah.
Dunaway likes to do stuff he's got to pay off.
If I die in Las Vegas, there'll be people knocking at our door here at Double Down Media will be like, hey, Dunaway owed me lunch. Dunaway owed me a round of golf.
I'm going to assume Fox Sports 1 is probably going to go Big East basketball over the USFL draft tonight.
Yeah, you can see the lineup in the big games to watch every day in the morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. But there is a game, I remember FS1 at 7 o'clock tonight.
Villanova-UConn.
Yeah, Villanova-UConn. That's exactly right.
So wait, whoa, the draft tonight?
Yeah, tonight, 6 o'clock.
I didn't know, right?
You're not going to paint your face?
No, I didn't know it was tonight. Why are they doing
Gold and Garnet? What are our colors?
Garnet, I don't know. Why are they doing it on a random Tuesday night?
Because it's 2/22/22.
Yeah.
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh, it's a 2-day draft?
Yeah.
How long is it going to take? It's 8 teams.
Yeah. It's going to take 2 days, Brown. takes 4 for the NFL.
Well, yeah, but they got 32 teams and people watching.
Yeah.
Okay, more people covering this draft or more people that covered Harsin going to the SEC headquarters a couple of weeks ago?
Easily more people covering Harsin.
Yeah. I don't even know where the draft is. How are you going to cover it?
It's in Birmingham.
Well, I do know that.
I don't know the building.
Yeah, it's at Louis Louis.
Another way you should have said is it what channel is it on?
It's not on TV. It's social media only.
No, it's social media only. I heard all that part. I did not know the draft was today, Rockstar. I just didn't know it was today.
We're not going to send a stringer down there?
Rockstar's making fun of you that I actually said that.
Well, I know. That's what I said. Wait a minute. It's today. That's what I'm saying. You were the first person to tell me it was today. You broke that news to me.
Yeah.
Who's going number 1 overall?
It'll be somebody you've never heard of.
Do you have a better chance of telling me who's going number 1 overall in the NFL?
Brown read the quarterbacks the other day, and I have no clue who any of these people are.
I just tried to find players in the whole draft. You recognize their names and had a hard time doing that.
But I am interested in this because, they've cranked up the old logos. I talk about this in our drive-in today. So it's a logo uniform thing for me. I just want to see all the uniforms and logos playing down at Protective Stadium. But surely there'll be some people that I recognize at some point. You got to have some skilled players that people recognize, or I'm not going to watch probably.
Well, you'll need to know recognizable names. But as we talk about with all of these spring leagues, it is all about quarterback play. And you don't have we don't have 32. You were talking about the Redskins, the Commanders, the Conquistadors, whatever they are.
The free agent quarterbacks that are out there. Number 1 free agent quarterback in the NFL right now is Jameis Winston.
That's right.
And the 3 teams he is projected to go to are either the Broncos, the Commanders, or wait for it, the Buccaneers.
We can only hope he goes back to the Bucs, right?
It would be a living hell for me if he went back to the Bucs.
But think about that. That is your best free agent quarterback, right? Jameis Winston.
He's rated number 1 according to CBS. I believe.
And
I don't think he'll be the best quarterback that ends up switching destinations.
He probably won't. But right now he is.
Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady.
But Dunaway made the point, like, man, the Commanders, they always have a crappy, whether they're the Redskins or the Washington football team, they always got a crappy quarterback situation, and they really do.
And so do the Broncos.
So do the Broncos. A lot of teams do, and that's why the USFL, because, by the way, the XFL is still alive. They just did some sort of deal with the NFL yesterday, so they're trying to find quarterbacks too.
Yeah, but when's the last time they played?
That announcement from The Rock was very confusing. One, there's no timeline on when they're going to play, and the other is it looked like it was not sharing. He made a point. This is not sharing players.
Right. Sharing technology.
Yes, ways to make the game safer.
But a lot of people are saying, ooh, they're already in bed with the NFL. They're trying to one-up the USFL. I don't know that that'll ever happen, but my point is you got all these people looking for quarterbacks. Hey, guys, the NFL still is. The NFL's still looking for quality quarterbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. So the USFL draft is tonight.
TJ Yeldon, possibly?
Oh, do those yards count?
Can I, if he comes, can I get like 10 times
10 to 1?
10 to 1 yards?
They'll be like dog yards. They're worth 7 yards.
Because
probably
7 yards equals 1.
I'm 27 yards short, so I would need 270 yards.
Let's do that. That'd be a fun bet if he gets drafted. If he gets drafted by the USFL.
Well, you know he's going to have 270.
You don't know that.
We might have to go
1.5.
No, we have to go 20.
20 to 1.
540.
540. I think that's fair.
Yeah. Well, we don't know how many games they're playing. Maybe playing 7 games.
No, it's a 10-game schedule. I think that's 54
you don't
yards
know
a
when
game.
the draft is.
Why are you listening to me?
Part of our show being brought to you by Nichols Outfitters. Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, is coming up on the other side. Later in the show, Mike Griffith from Ruff Dog Nation at 12 noon today.
Introduce it that way, please. If you're a hunter or outdoorsman, stop what you're doing and hurry to Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. The rest of February, which is going fast, they have the end of the season sale, 50% off all camouflage hunting clothes. Plan ahead for next season, or if you just like the look, find a better deal on camo than you'll find anywhere else. 50% off now through the end of February, so you better hurry. Exit 242 in Pelham. It's Nichols Outfitters. Clay Travis next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, hour number 2 today. Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, in just a second. First, your headlines today, brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If 2022 is the year you're going to pop the question, you need to go see the diamond specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Hey, one thing to keep an eye on, the Saints, according to reports, interested in hiring 2 people from the Alabama football staff. Did y'all see?
I did.
Who it was? Baloo and Ray.
Yeah, it's the basically your strength and conditioning staff.
Yeah, and your sports medicine guy.
Sports medicine, yeah.
The 2 cutting-edge leaders who have changed the way Alabama does their sports medicine training and all of that. And they built that big facility for them and everything. And the Saints just want to – that's a problem when you have all those scouts come to town and those coaches on pro day, they come in and they're like, look at this. This would be good to have. And the new coach in New Orleans is like, I want this in New Orleans.
But Dennis Allen, again, based on his history as a head coach, was a well-respected defensive coordinator. Saints without a quarterback, I think it's about to be a dark 3 or 4 years for the Saints.
Yeah, you don't know what those sports medicine guys want. Maybe they'll get more money to stay in Tuscaloosa. Speaking of Tuscaloosa, Alabama left there yesterday. They're in Nashville to play Vandy tonight in basketball, 8 o'clock. For that one, -4. Alabama, a 4-point favorite on the road in Nashville. You can listen to Chris Stewart and Brian Passing on the Crimson Tide Sports Network or watch it on the SEC Network. Juwan Howard suspended 5 games by the school by Michigan and fined $40,000 by the Big Ten for the swing he took at a Wisconsin assistant coach. Greg Gard is fined but not suspended, the Wisconsin head coach. And 2 players from Michigan, 1 player from Wisconsin for throwing punches, suspended a game. Montana Fouts is your SEC pitcher of the week. And in basketball last night, among the winners, Samford over the Citadel. They've won 8 of 9. We'll get to Clay Travis coming up in a second. A couple of big basketball games tonight. Arkansas is at Florida. Florida's a team that's just on the outside of Joe Lunardi's bubble, one of the last 4 out of the tournament. Here's a big chance. Everyone loves Arkansas right now. Arkansas, number 18 in the country, but they are firmly in the NCAA tournament. They're in Gainesville, where Auburn got upset this week. 6 o'clock tonight, ESPN2. Can the Gators go back-to-back with big wins?
You know, the Gators are really good at home. 12-3 at home this year. Castleton's back 100%. You saw the factor that he had against the Auburn Tigers. Florida now playing with a lot of confidence. The way Appleby played in that second half. This will be a fun game. It's a pick right now in Vegas.
Wow.
Wow, it's a pick game.
Odds, though, of Florida beating Auburn and Arkansas back-to-back, well, I would say they're pretty low, but the game's a pick, so I don't know how low they are, right?
Yeah, I kind of lean
Kind of like
Florida.
Florida?
I lean Florida.
Man, Mike White, that guy, I mean, if he loses to Auburn, there's a chance he loses his job.
That's
and
right.
This is how weird basketball is. If he beats Auburn and Arkansas and they do go to the tournament, he might actually get a contract
Well, yeah,
extension.
they're definitely in the tournament. They win this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. But it might result in a contract extension, whereas he might have lost his job otherwise.
You mentioned how bad Alabama's been against the number. Arkansas 9-1, their last 10 against the number.
Yep. You see what he's doing, right?
I do.
He likes Florida.
Lance has got some. I'll tell you what's happening here. Lance has got some games he likes tonight.
Yeah.
He'd like to get you on the other side of one of them.
Yeah. The bracketology out earlier. Gonzaga, Arizona, Kansas, and Auburn are your 1 seeds. If you're wondering about Alabama, the AP voters loved their loss so much at Kentucky, they moved them up a spot to 24. And they stay on the 5 line in Lenardi's latest bracketology. So right there as a 5 seed, who would they play if Lenardi was right? North Texas.
Oh, boy. That team's playing really well.
That's a team that's, I think, 12 in a row after they beat UAB this past week.
I liked them the other day. They were catching like North Carolina, which I guess North Carolina's up from a 12 now because they've played a little bit better.
Yeah.
But at one point, Lenardi had North Carolina as a 12. And I can't remember who the other one was. Oh, Creighton. It was a Creighton, North Carolina play-in game.
Right.
And I just thought that was interesting in a 5-12 that you would get a Creighton or a North Carolina.
You don't want to catch North Texas right now.
Yeah. That's a good team, yeah.
To your point, North Carolina up to a 10 seed in Lenardi's latest bracketology. Hubert Davis last night with North Carolina's win over Louisville, who will not make the tournament. He became just the 4th coach in I think in the last 20 years, or I forget the length of time. Just the 4th coach in his first year to win 20 games in the ACC. Maybe the 4th coach ever. I don't know.
Well, I mean, for a while, it was painted as, wow, you know,
what's happening?
Roy, what is happening here? Especially when they got scalded at home by Duke. I mean, that was probably the low point of all of it. But since that game, they've played a lot better. Boy, he gets that last game for Coach K and Cameron. Could you imagine winning that game if you're Hubert Davis? Now, they got a gap to close because Duke just whipped them in Chapel Hill. But, I mean, that could totally flip it for a guy like Hubert Davis.
Kevin and Rusty in the Farmfolio chat room, I don't want to be a 5 seed. I'd rather be a 6 seed than a 5 seed. 5 seeds go down way too often. Do not want that infamous 5 versus 12 matchup, says Rusty over there if you're an Alabama fan. I think you would find that, 6 versus 11? I think that happens almost as much as the 5-12.
Yeah, the 5-12 gets a lot of love. You would think there wouldn't be that big a difference between a 5-12 and a 6-11. You would think.
Yeah, for a while. I think early on in the tournament, I think there were more 12s over 5s than 11s over 6s, but I think it's balanced out a little bit.
What you get is an inconsistent power 5 team in the 5 seed and a really good mid-major as a 12 seed. And that's usually what happens.
Do you still have Lenardi up over there? Who are his 12s, I wonder?
I do. Obviously, I gave you one.
You did?
In the team that would play Alabama right there. Other 12 seeds.
Yeah, because one was North Texas. That would qualify as your hot mid-major.
One is Iona and Rick Pitino.
Oof. Alabama's already seen them once.
One is...
I think you probably want to see them again, though.
Winner of Indiana, San Diego State. And the way LT thinks, that would be San Diego State.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's true. One is Davidson, who we saw shoot Alabama's eyes out at the BJCC.
They've faced all these 12s, haven't
and then
they?
North Texas is
Alabama did play a tough schedule.
Yeah, they really did.
I mean, Iona, that's a heck of a job by Rick Pitino. If you don't think that guy can flat out coach, Iona used to be like they would sneak in as a 16 or 15 maybe. And if he's got them playing in a 12 seed game.
That's right.
That's a heck of a coaching job by him.
I remember they did beat Alabama as well, right? It was Alabama's first loss this year.
Yeah. Iona beat Alabama.
And that team will come play Kentucky when they're canceling the Vegas tournament for COVID.
Yeah.
We'll come and play you guys. If you need a game, we'll come and play you. And Kentucky never answered the email. The phone was ringing. Cal, you want to get the phone? No, we do not want to answer the phone. We are not playing Rick's Iona team anywhere.
I mean, they're 82 in the KenPom, 22-5. For Iona to be that high, that's a pretty crazy good coaching job by him. Maybe slimy as a snake, but the guy can flat coach basketball.
Yeah, and you knew eventually he would get players. That he was
no
good
doubt.
last year, scared Alabama in the tournament, beat Alabama to start this year, got another year to bring in some players.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to say it's always on the up and up, but Rick Pitino is going to get players.
Interesting story at ESPN.com today. Billy Gillespie, I forget how Billy came into our conversation last week, but he did. And he's at Tarleton State, and they have jumped up to Division I. And he dreams of winning a national championship at Tarleton State.
Well, good luck on that. He couldn't even win one at Kentucky.
Yeah, but
you know, from UTEP to Texas A&M, he did a great job. Obviously, parlaying his way to the Kentucky job, but it just, there were, I think, other things going on. At least you hear behind the scenes with Gillespie, and he just never really meshed with that group of Kentucky people.
The big story is that he's 62, still ornery as hell, still a workaholic. But he had to have a kidney transplant.
Billy G did?
Yep. So he's a successful kidney transplant from the donor. And the guy who was writing the story, I haven't read it all. It's one of the long reads at ESPN.com, but I read part of it. And apparently he was doing the Tarleton State postgame, 2 reporters, and then the reporter who had driven 7 hours to do the story. And there were 2 guests waiting on it, me who had driven 7 hours and another young lady. And it was the person who donated her kidney.
Oh, wow.
And he was ornery to the reporters, like, let's hurry up and get this over. I have people I've got to see.
Yeah, I was about to say, I bet you he wasn't ornery to her, right?
Yeah, I hope not. But at 62, he's had a kidney transplant. Blood pressure was so high that it caused damage to his kidneys. And so he's a kidney transplant survivor, age 62, at Tarleton State, who's now Division I. He thinks he can win championships there, which means somebody's getting paid at Tarleton State.
That's right. I bet he's recruiting lights out for the Tarleton State level.
Yeah, the Texans at Tarleton State.
Well, I'm glad his health has improved. I mean, you say what you want about Billy Gillespie. I mean, the guy, he needed a kidney to keep living, so I'm glad he found that kidney. And that is incredible when people are willing. I'm assuming the girl was a complete stranger, maybe?
I think so. I think she read a story that was in the Dallas Morning News about Billy needing a kidney transplant, and it moved her so much that she went and got tested to see if she could donate to anyone, and she ended up testing where it was a match with Billy.
Well, that's a different type of person. That
it really is. I mean,
because we've talked about it before. You know, I don't know.
I know I'd do it for my family. I know I would.
Yeah, for the family. But then it gets a little dicey with us in here. I mean, now that we're monetarily invested with each other, there's a better chance than when we were working for corporate America.
So at Cumulus,
I like how he just shakes his head like
no. But I just want to go back to that. At Cumulus,
you would give me a kidney to keep me alive?
Dunaway's giving you a cow.
I mean, it depends, Dunaway. I mean, there's a good chance I would.
Now, Dunaway, go ahead and say it. You would give any of us a kidney. Anybody that is in this complex right now.
I mean, if you guys wouldn't bitch that it was an old kidney, yeah, I would. But I don't want to hear.
You're the one that would bitch. How was Brown's kidney? I thought it'd be better.
I wouldn't want you, every time you get up and go to the bathroom, you'd be like, got to go to the bathroom. Dunaway's old-ass kidney.
I'm going to have to stand over the urinal for 30 seconds.
Yeah. So, sorry, but I would give you one if you guys would want it.
Rockstar?
Would I give you a kidney?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Depends on the circumstances. Sure.
I mean, Lance just said at Cumulus, probably not. Here, more likely.
I mean, but let's be honest. You sort of want to hold both of them in case one of your kids need one, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean you want to. Yeah. That's part of the fear.
I'd hate to have to ask for my kidney back.
Yeah.
Dunaway, I got some bad news.
But probably could do paperwork with that. Hey, if we got to take it back, got to take it back.
I mean, I would like to think that anybody that is in this complex right now and they needed a kidney, and I know Scott is getting this on video, so it's dangerous to do, I would do it if I'm a match. I would like to think that. I mean, right now, not our entire staff isn't up here right now, but I would include all of them.
Yeah,
too.
What's the recovery time?
20 minutes.
Forgiving or forgetting?
Forgiving.
Forgiving, I think it's.
I love how Brown's just going to answer this on the fly.
No, I think it's fairly outpatient forgiving.
Can I just 100% tell you, though, that if you need a kidney and the Rams are playing at the same time,
no chance.
We'll see you in heaven.
Like if they were, I know. Like
no,
if they
we'd
were
have to do it in the off season. This is kind of like we don't like weddings during the fall.
Yeah.
If we're going to do an organ transplant, it's going to have to be off season.
Like if they said, "Hey, Brown is not going to make it past the late kicks on NFL Sunday," Lance would be like, "God, I hate that for him."
Poor Brown.
It says recovering from a kidney removal most often takes around 3 to 6 weeks.
Okay, I said basically outpatient. I was a little off on that.
Brown went outpatient, giving one of the main organs.
That's not a main one.
Yeah.
You've got multiple.
By the way, I had to work as a Southern guy. I used to say organs. Giving one of your main organs. I had to really work on not saying organs. And I really have to work on saying Pacific Ocean instead of Pacific Ocean. The Atlantic.
It's that one.
Specifically
very
that one.
specific ocean.
From the Atlantic to the Pacific.
Yes.
Wow. Little things I had to overcome in Alabaster. Great sponsors rolling in, like Greg from Pell City. Not only would he give me a free, no cost roof inspection, but also he would give us kidneys, he says. Or one. You wouldn't give two, I don't guess, Greg.
Well, that is a giver right there.
I mean, he's got 10 kids.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't think I could take one for Greg.
Yeah.
I think it's too risky.
I would really feel bad taking one from Greg. He's got a lot of kids that might need one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying a lot of his kids might need one. He's got a lot of kids. One of them might need one.
Yeah.
I should have said it better.
Bobby's right, who's catching up with us on the video stream. I'm 6 stakes down over the years. I've paid thousands of dollars to LTs on stake bet. Dunaway's given a cow. Dunaway's given LT a West Texas beef ranch.
That's right.
I really wish if I would have known the way this was going to go when we started doing this show together, if I just would have had an account where you could just deposit 50 cents on the dollar to what we were going to spend for Leighton and Jack's
You would have just take the cash instead of the stakes.
I mean, what did you figure out you spent?
I have spent $8,700 actual cash, not counting ones I've risked my life to work off.
You'd have taken $4,300, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, there's been some that I used to be in a wine club.
Of course you did. No, he did.
Reprieve, a great winery out in Napa. And
I'm going to say that was a Maggie idea.
No, this is so Dunaway. He went to wine country and
they got me drunk at lunch.
That's right. He's like,
This is like the timeshare when you go to the beach for the first time.
Dunaway would have been the best timeshare.
Yeah, they got me drunk at lunch and I signed some papers. So I'm leaving here with a car. For only $500 a quarter, Rockstar, I got 5 bottles of wine.
Yeah.
That's practically stealing it.
Yeah, what a deal.
And
you could have rolled up the hill to Trader Joe's and you could have gotten 180
tell me,
bottles.
LT did like the wine. Remember how much
you gave it to wipe off a steak, right?
Wipe off some steak.
Yeah. So per bottle I would give him, he'd wipe off one steak.
Man,
it was that good of wine.
We've had some interesting currency. I got a really cool jacket one time.
That's right. You did. Yeah, we were at, what was the name?
Ramones.
We were at Ramones, right? So we were doing our show it was the Barry Switzer show. You remember that?
I did.
Where Barry Switzer came on? So we're doing our show from Ramones.
And I couldn't wear all the suits. I mean, I had 12 suits. There was no more suits.
So Dunaway had store credit, and Lance worked off a steak. He's like, how about I pick something out of the store and you use your store credit on it? So Dunaway had to go buy Lance's clothes and give them to Lance.
Did you have to measure him?
Well, Lance tried it on. It's like, this fits great.
Yeah, I was like, this is working. I like this. And
I think Ramon was like,
we can work something out.
Ramon was like, Jimmy, don't you want to try this on? He's like, nah, I'm just going to buy it.
Fits perfectly. I don't know. It looks a little snug on you.
No, don't worry about that, Ramon.
Yeah. We had to do that one under the table. Didn't want Ramon to see that. All right, JD is up in Huntsville with us. JD, good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm great. I think it's probably a good thing I don't need a kidney, but
not on this show.
I don't know, JD. You contribute well here. You'd be in the running.
All right. Well, so far I'm doing all right. Hopefully, I'll never need that. But guys, you were talking about Juwan Howard earlier, and I didn't see where he had apologized. Now, Dunaway did post that his apology, his written, from the attorneys that worded it perfectly for him. But if I'm the athletic director at Michigan, I call him in and I say, okay, tell me what happened. And I've got 2 outcomes to this conversation. If he comes in and apologizes and says, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done that, and I'll be glad to make a public statement about that. I'm like, okay, then let's move forward. Here's your punishment. But if he doesn't apologize to, and it doesn't admit that he's wrong, I'm like, well, I'm sorry, your services are no longer needed here. Because when you say you're sorry, what you're saying is, if I had to go back and do it over again, I wouldn't have done what I did, or I would have done something different. And if you're not willing to do that, you're saying, or if you're having to be coerced into giving this apology, you're going to do it again. And I don't need you. He's done it before, and maybe he did. If he did that with his athletic director, that's between them. I hope he did. But if he did not do that, that's the bigger problem, not actually what he did, because what you're saying is, I don't think I did anything wrong.
Yeah, but keep in mind, they were a 1 seed last year, JD, and if they
was the Big Ten coach of the year.
If they were Jimmy Lake, football coach at Washington, and you weren't happy with the way things were going with the program, you used something to get rid of him. If Juwan Howard's record was not very good, he would not have survived this. But the fact that he is a Michigan guy who did so well last year, and they think he will do well again, then there's more grace for you in that situation.
It all goes hand in hand, though. If he is that good of a coach, he has that good a rapport with his players, then he's the kind of person that will recognize almost immediately, I messed up, man. I shouldn't have done this.
Yeah.
In fact, I would have liked to have heard it at the press conference. Maybe that was too soon. But at some point, in front of people, say, you know what, I'm not going to answer any questions about this, but I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. And he should apologize to the other coach, even if he doesn't think he needs to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even if he absolutely, we'll get you back, but I don't have to talk about it.
I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing about Greg Bard, though. Greg Gard as well too. That surely when the fight broke out, he thought to himself, what have we done here? I mean, we've started this. He and I acting like we did. We started this. I hope he would feel the same way.
Oh, we're going to get Clay on real quick. He can't be on that long. He just wants to say why he was late and if you guys think this is a justifiable excuse.
All right, Clay Travis is on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 19 minutes late from his normal appearance.
Judge Jim. Okay.
Judge Jim. Here we go, Clay. Judge Jim is in court.
In session.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so I think this is a pretty valid excuse. I was going through security at Mar-a-Lago because Trump is on the show with us to start the radio show here in about 30 minutes.
Okay. You're doing your show live from Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, we are live at Mar-a-Lago right now. We're live with the president to start the show in about 30 minutes here at noon Eastern, 11 Central. So not trying to big time anybody, but that's legitimately the excuse.
No. We let you off that you at least picked up the phone and let us know that. So that's really really interesting. So you're in the compound.
Yes.
How extensive is the security to get in there? I mean, like they knew you were coming. You didn't just roll up and say, "Hey, we're here to talk to the president." So they've done the background check on you.
But you visited him at the White House. Is it a lot of like getting into the White House, getting into that place now?
There's a lot of security in both places, but obviously the White House is a little bit different of a dynamic. I mean, Mar-a-Lago is. I mean, it's more beautiful than the White House. I mean, and the White House is a really impressive thing. But I mean, this thing is on the water. Beautiful golf course, perfectly manicured. I mean, we were just now getting here to, kind of walk around and see it all.
If I just want to stay there, though, as a guest, do I have to go through special security to do that?
That's a great question. I'm not staying here as a guest. I mean, we were at the Hyatt, so I've not made the overnight guest list, so to speak. But yeah, it's an impressive collection for sure.
As Jay says in our Farmfolio chat room, Clay, damn, from Sweet Bones at the summit from the day you launched Outkick to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah,
you've come a long way.
Quite the ascension there. Look, you had the former president on your show on Outkick last year, I think it was, or maybe it was 2 years ago. It all runs together. So you guys do have a little familiarity there. What do you think his plans are in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
That's a really interesting question.
Well, we're gonna find out. I got to go back in through security now. So I will
find that out for us.
Find out.
Yeah, find out for you.
All right, bye. That was about as big time as Clay's ever been with us. Clay Travis on the JohnsonRVCenter.com
when he
hotline.
called me back, he said, "Hey, this is no way a humble brag. I'm literally going through security through Mar-a-Lago. I got to interview Trump."
I do give him a lot of credit. There's a lot of people, and he is a very polarizing guy. He's always been that guy on our show, polarizing. But I had somebody not long ago say, "Man, I'm really impressed that he still does y'all's show. That he at least respects what we were able to do for him." Clay would have been ultra successful without us, but we were a pretty big platform in this state.
They won for him, yeah.
I know we were just talking about it, but I have a sharp pain right here. Where's your kidney? It's in the back, right? So this is going to be
It's
something
right here
else.
by their throat. Right here.
Go see if you're pissing blood.
Wow. All right.
Ever since I had COVID, every time I blow my nose, there's blood in it. Should I be concerned about that?
Yeah, that'd be a little concerning to me.
Should I go
Are
to
you
the
a little
doctor?
aggressive
That
with
was
the
the
nose blood?
week of Christmas.
You put your nose up to the mask. All those mask mandates.
Oh, I hadn't worn a mask in forever, but I just wonder if...
Self-inflicted, Brown.
Do you think that's an issue?
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. You can schedule an in-person tour right there and check out everything Montevallo has to offer for you right there in Shelby County. Southern Living calls it one of the best campuses in all of the South. U.S. News and World Report talks about the tuition and the class sizes, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. Great intercollegiate athletics, Division II, fully scholarship, fully funded sports on the Division II level, 75 majors and a lot more. Great place to call home. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Take that in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we come back, a little more on Alabama getting ready for Vandy. You'll hear from some of the players. Plus, in the NFL, today is a huge day. Why? We'll tell you next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Mortgage Right bring you the show every day here, 185 days away from the start of the college football season. Matt Luke stepping down at Georgia, Kentucky looking for an OC. Cody Burns, one-time Auburn player and assistant, leaving Tennessee to join that Saints coaching staff as the wide receiver coach. We'll do 4 downs, 3 and out a little bit later on. Mortgage Right bringing you this part of the show.
Hey, if you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. Well, wonder no longer, because our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right, the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Severe Wheeler and Ty Washington did not practice yesterday at Kentucky. Their day-to-day still. Kentucky plays LSU at Rupp tomorrow night. We'll see if Wheeler and Washington play. Didn't matter. They beat Alabama on Saturday with a great effort there. Florida got fined $50,000 for rushing the court when they beat Auburn over the weekend. I think it was $450,000 for Arkansas because it was like their third or fourth offense. It was, as LT pointed out, since they passed the rule of fining for rushing the field or rushing the courts in the SEC, it was the first offense for the Florida Gators, so it was only $50,000.
I still think that's stupid that you fine a school for doing that.
Yeah, it does go into a charitable fund that helps out the student athletes down the road for some kind of scholarship fund, and the schools pay those. But that's the rule they have in the SEC, and it was only $50,000 there for Florida for that fine right there. All right, time now for Rockstar's Viewing Menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life. Thank you. Got 3 or 4 submissions coming in on our T-shirts that we're trying to design a new line of T-shirts that are designed specifically by you, our viewers and listeners.
Yeah, excited about that. So you have the opportunity to go to nextroundlive.com and check out more information on that. It is from our friends at New Life Art. They've been bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for 40 years now. Call 800-735-2787. You can always go online. Go to danielmooreart.com.
And again, it doesn't. We're not asking. It doesn't have to necessarily be a new logo or a design of our logo. It can be anything. You can be creative about anything.
Just a T-shirt idea, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping to get hundreds of submissions, and we're going to sort through them and find some really cool ones, and we're going to print some of these T-shirts.
That's right.
Like Jimmy Kidneys. Just have an outline of his kidneys.
I like that.
One that's just rotten.
That's not bad. It could be just the kidneys right here.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Why are they on your hips?
Excuse me. Back of the T-shirt should be kidneys right there.
Well, you're seeing through it. You're going to see the back of them. It's
Yeah.
a see-through shirt. Would everybody close their eyes? We're going to do a practice.
All right, I got my eyes closed too.
When I say, what actor comes to your mind when I say Robin Hood?
I think of Kevin Costner.
For some reason, I think of Robin Williams.
I bet Reichsberg goes Carrie Ells.
No, who am I thinking?
It was Peter Pan.
Yeah, it was Peter Pan.
Yep.
Who am I thinking of?
Kevin Costner.
No, I'm thinking of a guy. He's got a mustache and wavy hair, black hair.
Errol Flynn.
No,
It could be Errol Flynn. Yeah, I bet you thought Carrie Ells, didn't you?
I did.
Who played?
Yeah. See, I definitely think Kevin Costner, and it wasn't a great film, but it was one of those blockbusters, summer blockbusters in '91.
No, it's the guy that played him in Robin Hood Men in Tights. Who is that?
Carrie Ells.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
So
Got
tonight,
lighter hair, though.
9:45 on Stars.
Did somebody
Encore.
just say Carrie Ells, and you're like, no.
No, I don't know who that is. That's what I was trying to
That's the man in
clarify.
black in Princess Bride.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
Him,
On a cliff.
And he could quickly.
Kiss the girls, too.
9:45 on Stars Encore. Robin Hood starring Russell Crowe.
Oh, I actually saw this not long ago. Or I saw a piece of it. It's not very good.
So when I thought of this, did you know Sean Connery played Robin Hood?
No, I did not.
Really?
It was Robin and Marion. And you know who played Marion?
Oh, if Sean Connery did
1976.
1976.
It was called Robin and Marion.
Goldie Hawn.
No.
So miscast.
Lindsay Lohan.
It would have been so miscast if it was Goldie Hawn.
It was a comedy.
Charlotte Rampling.
Audrey Hepburn.
Really?
Wow.
What a good cast.
Sean Connery and Audrey Hepburn.
Sheriff of Nottingham was played by Robert Shaw.
Robert Shaw's a great actor.
And,
from Jaws?
Yeah.
But you got the most recent one was what's the guy that played
Did he say
Elton
we're going to
John?
need a bigger bow?
Taron Egerton.
Yeah,
Egerton.
the little dude. Boy, by the way, I thought the Elton John movie was a little underrated in my opinion.
A lot of people said Bohemian Rhapsody the best biopic so far.
Yeah,
of music wise.
I thought it was close to Bohemian Rhapsody, but what was the best as far as like critically acclaimed Robin Hood? I think they all are just pretty much crap, right?
The one that everybody thinks of is the one Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner. You got the great Brian Adams song, Everything I Do, I
Christian
Do It For
Slater,
You.
Morgan Freeman.
Everything I do.
Everything
Sing
I
more,
do.
Dunaway.
I do for you.
Scarface's sister.
Oh, you had
Mary Elizabeth Master Antonio.
Sheriff of Nottingham was Hans Gruber. What's his name?
Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman.
Who's no longer with us.
No, but he was a great sheriff of Nottingham. But on Netflix, I think it's an old documentary, but I started watching it. I'm a little late on the game. Icarus. Anybody seen that?
Nope.
About the steroid?
I want to see it. The Russian.
It's really interesting. The doping about how.
Oh, is it about this Olympics? That
No,
little
this
girl,
is-
that
this-
little girl ice skater?
No, this is about. This
It's
is
a
probably
Russian
released in
athlete, right?
2017. Well, this guy is a amateur bike rider. He wants to be. It's like an amateur Tour de France that anybody can enter, but it's hundreds and hundreds of bikers. And he said, like, I trained so hard that his name's Brian Vogel. He's the director of the documentary too. And he, I finished 14th out of like 400. And he goes, what if I could game the system and take steroids and HGH and testosterone and all that stuff every day for 6 months? If I could just kick ass the next time, because he said, like, I'm feeling my recovery time is so much. It shows him training and everything, storing his urine somewhere for testing. He has a Russian guy help him with all this stuff, and he actually finishes worse the next time around.
Oh, really?
But he says my recovery time's so much quicker. But he goes, like, the top 10 guys, they got to be doping because they are just above and beyond from everybody else.
Trip says you're spot on. It is an incredible doc.
It is really good. It's 2 hours long. Putin's in it. It's really
Well,
interesting.
I don't give two rips about Olympic ice skating, but that's a sad story about that little girl that they wouldn't let win the medal, and they shouldn't have. But I mean, they're forcing her to take these steroids. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's 13 when she started, or even younger than that.
They forced Drago.
Well,
See
he's
how
an
it helped him.
adult, but I mean, it really is a sad story, right? I mean,
Yes.
everybody around her has let her down.
Well, that's the
and
norm over there, though.
I know, but she's become the face of the controversy. And that's not her fault. I mean, she didn't know what she was doing. And even if she did, do you think she can resist that in Russia?
No, because
she'll be in the gulag.
Most likely, the parents made money.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Off of it. It was
It's a sad story.
to earn money for the family.
Yeah.
Is that it, Rockstar?
That's it. It's for Light Day.
I'm interested in that one, though. That dog.
It's on
Everybody's
Netflix.
saying it. Everybody on the Farm Folio said
It's
really
probably
good.
10 years old because I think it was up for Best Documentary. It might have won an Academy Award.
Because there's updates from 2016 when he's like, it says like November 17th, 2016.
Well, it's been out a while.
Yeah.
So he's just basically proving that everybody's doping.
Well, it's two different stories. There's that where he's
Yeah.
trying to train, he's trying to prove it. It opens with Lance Armstrong, and I forgot about Marion Jones saying, like, I've never, everybody always says, they don't say I don't take steroids, they say I've never failed a drug test in my
That's
career.
right.
I've never failed a drug test, and everybody's like, because they're cooking them for you.
I think Rafael Palmeiro did say he never did steroid. Right?
Well, I think he pointed at Congress, yeah.
But if you go back and listen to Lance Armstrong, I think that they said along the way, you're criticizing me, but if you go and test, if everyone was being truthful, you could go through the top 100 of the Tour de France, and everybody was doing the same thing.
I mean, isn't that what you assumed? It's kind of like, when you're watching Major League Baseball in the 90s, you just assumed everybody was on some kind of PED.
Well, I don't know if there is a sport that I used to get mad as a kid when I would be watching whatever it was, Wide World of Sports or whatever the NBC version of it was, Sports World or whatever it was. And today, live coverage from the Tour de France, I'd be like,
Oh, yeah.
God, I'd rather watch barrel jumping.
But I got friends that get up early and watch it live.
Yeah. If you're a biker, I understand it.
Still, but I get up early and watch the British Open live, so I can take shots.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Today's a big day in the National Football League because the franchise tag window opens up, and that's a great negotiating tactic. People get paid, but in short term, they want long terms. Usually, you don't get any big names that are signed until March 8th when the window closes, when the deadline gets closer. Then some of the big tags go out. But the biggest guy to watch, and we touched on it briefly yesterday, is Davante Adams, a wide receiver of the Green Bay Packers. If you had to say right now, Lance, Adams a Packer or not next year, tagged or not, how do you go?
Oh, I tag him. I mean, I do.
And people say that's easy, tag him, but there is a downside to that. You can make the player disgruntled. You could lose him long term.
In theory, I don't know that you could do this at Adams, but in theory, the price of doing business with him 1 year post tag is more than what it is right now. In other words, if he goes and has a massive year, it could be even more for him.
Yeah, and I don't know what kind of conversations you can have with both Rodgers and Davante Adams, because if you're Davante Adams, obviously you don't want to be a Packer if Rodgers is not going to be there, and if you're Rodgers, you don't want to be a Packer if Davante's not going to be there. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22.
And if he goes to somewhere, you may want to go with him.
Yeah, and I think the number's 18.5. I was a little off. I thought it was a little over $20 million when I said the number yesterday, but I think it's 18.5 if you tag him.
But Davante Adams could almost select his franchise at this point, couldn't he? I mean, any quarterback would want Davante Adams.
Yeah, I mean, Davante Adams, some people will say he's the best wide receiver in football. I would say he's definitely a top 3 or 4 guy.
Do you think so? I mean, without Aaron Rodgers still?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, because you think about how much he draws in that system, and I know Aaron Rodgers is pinpoint. But I think he is probably, he's definitely a top 5 guy.
I've watched enough Troy Aikman doing their games talking about what a good route runner he is. And so, I trust Troy's opinion, don't you? I mean, I can't watch a guy and say that.
But if you're eligible to be tagged, you're not eligible to leave and go to any franchise you want. I mean, you're a restricted free agent if you're in the tag situation, right?
Right. And he's 29 years old, so, he's not extremely young. He's been in the league 8 years.
It's a pretty big contract for him is why he would not want to get tagged. He'd like to get paid big and long term.
Yeah, he'd like a good 5-year deal that probably would pay him anywhere from 120 to 100, $50 million, which he's not going to get.
He's not, but it's a special connection he and Aaron Rodgers have. I don't know that you can replicate that at another franchise. Those guys just it's not as much that Rodgers is a great quarterback, he's a great receiver, Jim. It's like they're sharing a brain. They know where each other's going and what each other's doing, and I don't know that you'll be able to replicate that in short time. I'll never forget watching a game this year. Aikman and Buck are doing the game, and Davante Adams jumps off sides, and Aikman goes, Rodgers would chew out any other player on the field for doing that. He ain't going to say a word to 17. And he was right, man. Aaron Rodgers just kind of looked over him and at it like, that's okay, big man.
Probably my bad.
Yeah, I probably had the count wrong.
Can you imagine, though, how differently we think about the Packers if both Rodgers and Davante aren't there? If they come back, outside of the Chiefs, they're probably your favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're the ones.
Both are gone. They're not going to make playoffs.
Yeah, big plus for the Vikings at that point, right?
I would think that the Vikings would be your favorite.
Yeah, in that division, all of a sudden you have the Bears, Lions, Vikings, Packers. With a void of those two leaving the Packers, you'd be like, good day to be Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who Kevin O'Connell, new coach who left the Rams, says he anticipates Cousins being the quarterback with the Vikings. Quick NFL update for you there. Brian Flores got a job. He's an assistant now, defensive assistant with Pittsburgh. And a little TV interesting window that you're going to experience in the NFL. I'll tell you about that after Brown tells you about the great folks at Farmfolio. Paul says would love to have Davante with the Raiders over there.
Anybody would love to have him.
Gino in the Farmfolio chat room. If he gets mad with the tag, he can always pull a Calvin Ridley, who they're not sure in Atlanta whether or not he's coming back after leaving for mental health reasons last year. Something to keep an eye on with the Alabama wide receiver.
If you are worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Christmas is on Sunday this year, right? So that's going to jack up 2 football schedules. One, it'll jack up the January 1st, New Year's Day Sunday, of college bowl games. They will be split between some on Christmas Eve, some on January 2nd. January 2nd will be the predominantly bigger what you usually get on January 1st. That is tradition. It's always been done that because the NFL will play their games on January 1st. You don't want to go against that. But on Christmas Day, which is a Sunday, the NFL not going to play all their games on Christmas Day. They've got one game scheduled right now, the Sunday night game on Christmas night. Fox is petitioning the NFL to get a Christmas Day afternoon game, but they don't know if they're going to grant that yet or not. The rest of the games will be played on the Saturday of Christmas Eve.
So they're going to do all Saturday games, which obviously there are no college games then.
And
so
that's pretty traditional they do that.
Yeah. So Fox wants to play Saturday afternoon, and NBC's going to play a night game. Then that could be
Sunday.
Sunday afternoon.
Christmas Day, Sunday afternoon and night.
And night. So 2 games.
2 games on Christmas Day, which would be nice.
No, it would be nice.
Yeah. The number.
Give you something to watch on Christmas.
And I think they played on an afternoon game on Christmas Day this past year, and the numbers were tremendous.
Yeah, and we had one last year with Minnesota because Kamara scored the 6 touchdowns against Minnesota on Christmas 2 years ago.
Yeah, so the numbers in the afternoon are tremendous. That's what they're trying to do. And the streaming, and keep in mind, Thursday night, exclusive stream only. That's not a place you can stream or watch it on television. Stream only with Amazon Prime coming up this year on Thursday night. Keep that in mind when you start divvying out the $9.99 to $13.99 a month for streaming services. All right, we approach the top of the hour. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Seltzer, Hard Soda, or the Bud Light Next. At poker last night, Bud Light Next was a big conversation piece. One guy trying to lose weight for summer, hitting the 0 carbs, 80 calories of the Next that we have, or you can go with the hard soda from Bud Light Seltzer, which is also 100 calories, 0 sugar, available wherever you buy beer in great flavors like classic cola, cherry cola, citrus soda, and orange soda. All the Pop with 0 sugar and only 100 calories. It's Bud Light Seltzer, hard soda, wherever you buy beer.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit callwaynes.com.
Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover, just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo Firecracker Burger, Angus Stomp of smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Oats, where we're getting ready for another big trivia night coming up tomorrow night, LT.
Yeah, tomorrow night, every Wednesday, we do Oats Team Trivia. Me and Rocky and Will Haver. Make sure you stop by, get there a little early, enjoy some of that great food from Riding Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, inside or outside. Enjoy that patio. And they're going to be up like 65 today.
I think it's going to touch 70.
I think it's 73 today.
Wow. Good day to sit out there, get the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Look, it's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff today.
All right, looking forward to that. And coming up in our next segment, before we do trash, Shane Beamer on Spencer Rattler's father. He got asked a question yesterday. And still to come, Tom Izzo on eliminating the handshake line after basketball games. It's a classic comment from Izzo. But right now it is time for 3 and Out. Today it is brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire. Great locations. I had the best gift we got since we started this. One of the best, I should say. The Vulcan Tire, what's it called?
Skull cap?
Skull cap.
Yeah, why don't you wear it?
I wore it last night for poker.
Oh, okay.
Was it that cold at Lunsford?
Well, sometimes Lunsford puts you out in the garage. It's 2 tables. One's in the garage, and so I had to be prepared. It did not bring me any luck. I was still first person out.
Did you get invited on his poker trip?
To Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
I did get invited, yes.
Are you going to go?
I'm not. I'm about to. Well, I could go. I mean, if I win a lot the first time, I'll go back. Because God knows you can. Once you get going in Vegas, you can go every time and just win every time. It's automatic.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's so easy. Hey, not only can you get a great skull cap there at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, you can also get that car winterized. You can get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop in 4 locations and online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Do you still think Auburn has one more loss in them before basketball's over with, before they get to the NCAA tournament, whether it's now or SEC tournament?
I think they've got one more loss in them,
Okay,
yes.
so the committee had them as the last number 1 seed. I'll ask you this question.
People are saying they were the number 1 seed. We need clarification on that, because when you said that yesterday, the Farmfolio went crazy.
Oh, I thought they were the 4th.
A lot of people said they were the 2nd.
Okay.
I was at the golf course. I didn't see it.
I was watching without sound, so they were the last one they unveiled.
Yeah. I think they were the number 2. A lot of people are saying they were the number 2.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong about that. Today, they are still in bracketology. When we get to the NCAA tournament selection Sunday, Auburn a 1 seed or a 2 seed?
Oh, they're a 1 if they win the SEC.
Yeah, well, that was what I was going to say, though. Yeah. Can you imagine Sunday in Tampa, Auburn, Kentucky?
No, I'm saying SEC regular season. If they are the SEC regular season champion, which I think they will be, they're the 1 seed.
Well, I think they're going to be that, but if they lose one more let's just say they lose to Tennessee, and then they lose to Kentucky in the SEC championship.
There again, I mean, we've been told, and I know every committee's different, that they don't put near as much weight in these conference tournaments as you think they do.
But sometimes they do.
But that'd
You're
be
right. They like to have that
But
feeling.
I'll lean.
Right.
I mean, I think the safe play is saying Auburn is a 1.
I have them as one. If they're the SEC regular season champion, they're a 1 seed.
1 seed. If they win the regular season.
It's widely regarded as the best conference in America. So how do you not make that conference champion a 1 seed?
I think they would have to.
Sense.
I think they would have to lose 2 more regular season games, which is not happening for them not to be the regular season champs.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, if they've got the same record as Kentucky, they beat Kentucky head-to-head, they'd be considered the regular season champ, right?
In my book, yes.
Yeah.
Second down.
Hubert Davis, or the guy who's taking over for Coach K, John Shire. Davis has got to 20 wins. He's a projected 10 seed right now. Shire starts next year. Who's at those high-profile jobs longer?
Oh, great question.
I think I'll go Shire.
I think I'll go Shire as well. I go back to what Mike DeCourcy of the Big Ten Network and Sporting News told us last week. Coach K is keeping an office there. I don't know how involved Roy still is. I know he goes to games, but Coach K's keeping an office there. And as Mike described it, is basically going to help in recruiting.
Yeah, I think Krzyzewski will be a guy that they're able to lean on for the next 4 or 5 years till he totally just breaks away and goes into retirement. And Duke's in a much better place right now than North Carolina.
It's a good point. Duke is trending to be a high seed in this tournament here. I would go with Shire as well.
Third down.
Okay, we just asked the question about Davante Adams. If I gave you a choice on your team, Davante Adams or Odell Beckham Jr. for 1 year only, not look at age. Davante, easy.
Not even,
even what Odell did for your team down the stretch.
Not even close.
Brown for you, 1 year.
Davante Adams.
Not even close.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go Davante too. Final
Fourth down.
Next group of 5 football program to make the jump to the Power 5. Is it Boise State or is it Memphis? Which one's more attractive
I didn't
to
realize Boise was as big of a market as it was until last week, where they've got, close to 250,000 people.
Yeah, it's the size of Birmingham.
Almost the size of Birmingham, yeah.
Look, Pac-12 is going to have to expand at some point, so I'm going to go Boise.
You'll go Boise.
Yeah.
I mean, Memphis is the bigger of the 2 markets.
Bigger television market
right
now.
I get that, but still, Boise's not far off.
Yeah, and Memphis brings something in basketball. That's not near as important as football, but that's a nice venue. What?
Technically, I just noticed them in the bracket when I was looking for a 12 seed. I think Boise right now is a 7 seed in basketball.
Well, but I'm just saying attention and how much it matters to the fan base.
It does,
I'd go Memphis.
But Boise's pretty good basketball.
No, they're good. I'm not just talking about how good they are. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would go Boise State too.
Yeah, I'd go Memphis.
I mean, with San Diego State sitting there, there's a reason why the Big 12 looked over, the Big 12 looked over Memphis.
Yeah, and by the way, I would go San Diego State in front of both of those.
No, I think it would be the pair, Boise State, San Diego
No,
State.
I could see that, but I'm saying San Diego State with this new stadium they're building and the enrollment there and obviously major market.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so easy that the Pac-12 should do that anyway. Just go get Boise and San Diego State now.
You would think.
San Diego State played their home games in L.A. this year. Am I right about that?
It's in Carson,
which is just outside of L.A., though.
Yeah. I think it's, on San Diego side.
It is on the San Diego side, but it's Metro L.A., and that's where they're playing their home games. What a weird deal.
That is our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations for you. Again, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Again, get into one of the 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Oh, we like Shane Beamer because he came on our show and was nice, right?
Yeah, and it was a great interview.
Okay. What Shane Beamer says about a question he got yesterday about Spencer Rattler's dad and what Spencer Rattler's dad did to get into the conversation yesterday is next on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour, The Next Round, is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur RV show last week, don't worry. We will continue the sale this weekend at the Coleman RV show. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing are available this Friday, February 25th through Sunday, February 27th. It's your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Coleman RV show, right off I-65, exit 304. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
Hey guys, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I developed some bad habits to maintain a large playing weight in my college years. But thanks to Way to Wellness, I've been able to learn great new habits that have let me drop over 15 pounds in just the first couple weeks of the program. I can already see the incredible transition, and you can be a part of it too. Join our weight loss challenge on the Next Round website, and also learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. Lose weight and feel great with our friends at Way to Wellness.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show here brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken. Still craving to go back down there after I was there on Sunday with those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales, great fried chicken place. The po' boy, which I'd never had one. It was unbelievable. You can try it out today. It is open for lunch right now. Highway 119, Champy's world famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com. Lunch today, dinner tonight. They'll cater your parties or anything you have going on at the workplace. champyschicken.com. Check it out and go by and see Sterling and the crew. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today on the next round. Don't forget, you can always stream us on our app if you're out in the car moving around, or listen to us live on TuneIn Radio as well. And if you're listening to us now and you ever want to see us, you can go watch us on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, are right there on Twitter. So if you're watching us now, remember you can stream us when you're not around a screen. And if you're streaming us and want to see us, you can do it on the other side. We're everywhere right there. So check that out. Let's do the headlines right now. And the headlines today is going to be brought to you by the great folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com, where They had a pretty successful deal the other day.
Hey, thank you. We don't say this enough, so I'm going to say it right now. Thank you to all of you who either listen or watch.
And if you're watching, you can listen to us.
And if you got a car,
you can watch us.
And you want an RV, you go to Johnston RV. No, listen, our audience, you guys are incredible, and you blow us away every day. Johnston RV Center, they've been doing these RV shows forever. Biggest one they've ever had.
Thank all of you. Thank you.
And I want you to know, not only do we thank you, Johnston RV thanks you. I mean, they say, hey, listen, your audience, incredible for us. But you haven't missed it all. Coleman RV Show coming up Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 9 to 6 Friday, 9 to 5 Saturday, 1 to 5 Sunday. Free parking, no admission fee. Best selection of the year, best prices of the year, special financing rates. You can see everything at JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Exit 304 off I-65 in Coleman is where it is this week. But listen, from us, thank you for supporting great people like the Johnston RV Center.
Last 17 of 18 games between Alabama and Vanderbilt have been single-digit games. 10 of the 18 have been 5 points or less. Always tight games. Alabama a 4-point favorite tonight in Nashville as they play Vandy, 8 o'clock. You'll listen to it with Chris Stewart and Brian Passing on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Here is Darius Miles says the team, after blowing that lead in Kentucky, has got to get back to a little more of the hard work.
Honestly, just all the little things. We pride ourselves on blue-collar basketball, so, I mean, we just got to go out there and play hard on the defensive end. And as Keon did, he played hard on defense, and offense came. Just the little things, honestly, fight for each other, and most importantly, have fun. Because as lately, our body language on the court, sometimes they don't look like we having fun. But the times we do have fun is the time we play good, so. That's really it.
Yeah, I agree. Got to have a little bit more fun out there, a little bit more work. That's Darius Miles, the Tide in action at 8. LT with a lock on that game coming up a little bit later on in this segment. Also, Juwan Howard, the big news from yesterday, suspended 5 games by Michigan, fined $40,000 by the Big Ten. I think that's interesting that Michigan did the suspension, which comes without pay, by the way, and then the Big Ten added a $40,000 fine on top of that. Greg Gard, the Wisconsin head coach, gets a $10,000 fine. 2 Michigan players, 1 Wisconsin player suspended 1 game for throwing punches in that melee. Montana Fouts is your SEC Pitcher of the Week. Jabari Smith of Auburn is your SEC Freshman of the Week in basketball. And a little bit later, I've got the latest mock draft from Yahoo. Interesting about Jamari, Walker Kessler, and J.D. Davison in that. But those are your headlines right there, brought to you by the great folks at the Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com. And they bring us the hotline. You can always call us up, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. All right, Shane Beamer won. I think Steve Spurrier is giving out an award now for first-year Coach of the Year. Basically, you're in your first year, who does the best job. And Shane Beamer got that award this year. I had a news conference yesterday because they're getting ready to get into spring practices. Forrester, thumbs up. Question included in this? It is included. I won't set it up too much. But, you know, he's got Spencer Rattler now. Mm-hmm. And it was a high-profile get in Spencer Rattler. So Shane Beamer gets this question yesterday.
His dad is pretty active in social media. It appears, good and bad stuff. What's your relationship with him? And, you know, is that something you got to kind of keep an eye on?
Good and bad, those are your words. I mean, some people may not think that's, I don't know what he's doing on social media, but I don't think it's much of anything. I think his dad's a hell of a person, and I love his dad. He's a great family. Spencer is very, 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 very grounded, and, you know, and a great young man. Looking forward to you guys getting to know him. That's what I know about him. But really, we're asking about dads of players, Phil. I mean, come on, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I mean, I got 119 dads and moms. Are we going to comment on what all of them are putting on social media? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Phil Kornblut, I think, is who asked that, a friend of ours.
So 119 dads and moms he's got to deal with that question there, and there's a reason why, but you got an instant.
No, I mean, like, you know, I kind of agree the question seems a little out of bounds, a little weird that we really care what a dad is actually doing. But maybe that's something that Shane, you know, pulls him to the side or something, or the SID actually says, hey, look, man, let's not be asking these kind of questions. Yeah. But for Shane to call him out and belittle him like that.
Michael Rattler is the dad, and here is one instance that people are talking about. He got into it with Matt Berry of ESPN, and you can understand why Michael Radler, I like Matt Berry a lot, but you can understand why Michael Radler came to defense of his son here, and it gets back in a little bit to NIL, but the insinuation always is that it's not always on the up and up. It started like this. Matt Berry, this is on Jaden Daniels, and we've got it up if you're watching us. Jaden Daniels left Arizona State last week. From what I've been told, the locker room and weight room at Arizona State have never been lighter and happier. When a player leaves, so does the parent. Now, that was talking about Jaden Daniels. Matt, I think, has ties to Arizona State.
Yeah, I think he went to Arizona State. Big fan, yeah.
So you see the response from one super fan. If Daniels was such a headache, basically, why were we so – if we wanted Daniels to leave, why were we not interested in Spencer Radler? That's when Matt Berry wrote back with this response right here. This is not correct. There's more to it. Follow the money. Money emojis all over the place there. Well, that's going to get who involved there?
That's going to be old Michael Radler.
Here comes Michael Radler. Matt, you've been lying about this situation the whole time. The Arizona State coaching staff contacted us when they thought Jaden was going to declare for the draft. When Jaden changed his mind, we advised them we were not interested. Simple as that. No need to manufacture drama. Matt Berry came back with this. I'm not manufacturing drama. It's an NIL era in college football everywhere, and no one faults anyone for asking for it. I know there was interest. You ended up in a great situation in Columbia. It's a win for you, Spencer, and the Gamecocks. So you wonder now what Spencer Radler is getting. It's no shock that he's getting a ton of money, right?
But if I'm Michael Radler, I probably leave that alone because NIL, there is such a gray area now, and I think Matt Berry did a good job of cleaning that up and being very professional on the way he ended that tweet. But if you're Michael Radler, you just got to let that go, right?
Probably, but the emojis, I don't think we all are conditioned yet to see emojis like that and not think that it's not on the up and up.
But I think everything's on the up and up now.
Right.
I mean, everything's not on the up and up, but it is. I mean, there's no way to prove it's not on the up and up. So any money tied to these athletes, you just got to let it go.
You got to let it go. Well, and that gets us to what they have. I've got what they have at South Carolina. But
no, just real quick. I was going to say, if you're going to be Michael Radler, and this would be my suggestion, because we live a lot of our life on social media, right? It's part of our job.
Right.
If my son were a prominent college football player, I'd probably tap on out of the social media.
Because I would imagine he's seen a lot of bad from Oklahoma people when he was.
And I think you have to. I think if you're a spouse, I think even a brother, sister,
it's a good time to tap
his
out.
brother, any of that stuff.
Because I'm going to want to defend my kids. I'll defend my kids to the bitter end, and you guys will too. I love my kids, and I'm going to defend them no matter what. But there are a lot of people on social media that are just trying to get a reaction out of you. And they're trying to do that to us, too, and we're not even in that prominent of a situation, right?
Right.
And I know it when people are doing it, and I'm not going to give them that reaction. I'm the referee that's not going to throw a coach out that wants to be thrown out, right? But if you're a father of a player...
We mute, don't block, right?
Yeah, mute, don't block. If you're a father of a player, they're going to try to get that reaction out of you.
They have the Garnet Trust that they started at South Carolina. And shortly after his announcement, Garnet Trust signed Spencer Radler to NIL agreement. No dollar figures are released, but Spencer Radler is one of the most recognizable athletes, not only in college athletics, but in all of sports, said Brian Shoemaker, the CEO of Garnet Trust. His personality and ability to connect with fans makes him a natural fit to work with us in Columbia. What he is going to do, according to this release, is that Radler will partner with Garnet Trust on social media, will also provide exclusive content and experiences, an interview series throughout the year, private virtual meet and greets for Garnet Trust supporters, and in-person appearance as well throughout the season, and more, it says. If you're wondering what the Garnet Trust is, it's as simple as this, and every school's getting them now. Garnet Trust this is on their website. Garnet Trust is the platform for fans and businesses to connect with and support University of South Carolina student athletes through name, image, and likeness deals. Garnet Trust is not affiliated with the University of South Carolina. Learn more at garnettrust.com. That's garnettrust.com.
Just did a live for him.
Yeah.
So
every school, this is what Tennessee has, and they're starting to pop up everywhere. And this is why some coaches are uncomfortable with this. And I would imagine the ones that are uncomfortable with this don't have this set up yet.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that setup. I don't know if you guys do.
No,
I got no problem with it.
You need to get in front of this. If
Well,
you don't have
you
a
better
setup
be
like
doing
this,
it.
you better do it.
Yeah, like today, Ivan Mazel writes a story, and I haven't read it, all of it yet, parts of it, and it's got David Shaw in the picture, and it's got Kirk Ferentz in the picture, and I think Mark Stoops in the picture, and it's talking about how your coaches and your in the NIL area, not very comfortable in that yet, and I assume he interviewed those three guys about how they've got to get rolling with this NIL deal because it's not going away. It's not going away.
Of course not. No.
And this is if it became a bidding deal for Spencer Rattler, which I don't think it would shock any of us if it did,
Nope,
right?
Not at all.
Then this group was prepared better than, say, Arizona State, according to Matt Berry, or someone else. And that's good for South Carolina. And it's good for Spencer Rattler and Michael Rattler and all the Rattlers.
Yeah, why would you not take advantage of the situation in front of you? Maximize what you can actually get out of the NIL.
Yeah. So I don't know what South Carolina is going to be this year. The Garnet Trust has a couple of more NIL deals with a couple of more people that are now in South Carolina. You can get some players by doing this. Tennessee's got it set up where they're going to pay virtually every college football guy.
Look, for Spencer Rattler to be able to win games and potentially a championship, it seems like, although Arizona State's got some major problems going on right now, that you would have a clearer path through. And Utah's going to be good this year, and USC is going to be much better, but a clearer path through the Pac-12 South than you would the SEC East. But at the same time, if you're a Rattler, you want to play against the best, you want to get NFL ready, and South Carolina at least is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, just thought that was interesting on the question coming out about Michael Rattler on Twitter. I don't know what else he's done on Twitter. I did not go search his timeline, but I assume he's a guy who defends his son, and he's got a daughter that plays volleyball at Missouri State. So
I've never heard of it.
Yeah,
I've never heard of what he does on Twitter. I just do know there are prominent players whose parents are a handful. And Nick Saban is...
Yeah, we heard of some locally not long ago.
Nick Saban's the best coach that's ever done it. And there's a couple players he's dealt with this the right way, but he's had to deal with family members more so than the player. And they're a handful. They can be a handful. And there's some times where even as successful as a player can be, when that player departs, that family member also departs, and a lot of people breathe a sigh of relief.
Well, look, I mean, you see it in Little League Baseball.
Yep.
You see it probably in girls travel softball.
Hey, you're exactly right. Those Little League parents that everyone complains about, evenally their kids are college age.
That's right. Some of them grew up and they get good.
Yeah, can you imagine if they get really good, Spencer Rattler good?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They ended up being a handful sometimes. But, well, I don't know if the Rattlers are or not, or anybody else, whether your name's Tua or Johnny, from Tua to Johnny. You don't know who's a handful. You know they're athletes and their mom and dads who are going to defend their kids to the end. Just thought it was interesting that the head coach now is getting asked about tweets from fathers.
Do you agree with the Shepherd? He says in the Farm Folio chat room at Next Round Live, come on, media types bury coaches and players all the time. If a coach calls out a media member, it should be okay as well. I think it's a good point.
Oh, you're talking about
I was
Shane
talking about
the guy who asked the
Lance didn't
question?
like him calling out Phil. It's Phil Kornblut is who it is. Phil is a radio guy, longtime radio guy in Columbia, and Phil's a great guy. And I doubt Shane Beamer doesn't like Phil. He just didn't like that question.
He went back to it twice. And again, I thought the question was probably a little out of bounds. I don't necessarily see a need for it, but at the same time, I think there was probably a better way to do it.
Yeah. That's just interesting. We've seen Nick Saban do it specifically, calling out.
I'm just saying if Shane Beamer went 4-8 last year, he probably doesn't. It's probably a different reaction.
You think Shane's feeling his oats a little bit?
There's a good chance if Coach Saban had done it to me back in the day when I was hosting a show, he'd be like, come on, guy who hosts my show. He wouldn't have known my name. At least Shane knew Phil's name, right?
Come on, Johnny.
Come on, guy who hosts my show. Do I need to comment on all the parents now? One more little sound before we get to trash here. Yesterday, in the aftermath of the swing by Juwan Howard, before the suspension had come down, Dick Vitale and others were making a case for eliminating the handshake line in postgame. That's an orchestrated thing that is sort of a tradition in basketball. You don't have it in football. People just walk out on the field. Some people shake hands. In the NFL, you get a lot of handshakes and pictures and conversations. Football, there's some handshakes. Sometimes you get a brawl post game in the handshakes. There's some pushing and shoving or jawing or stuff like that. But the conversation was about getting rid of the handshake. And people are all over the board on this. Tom Izzo is not all over the board on this. Tom Izzo gave the answer that I think the majority of Americans feel would be the correct answer here. Here's Tom Izzo.
There are suggestions, silly as they may be, that we should do away with the handshake line now.
Oh, my God.
Have you heard that?
Oh, my God, I have. And I do got to comment on that since that's not insulting to anybody. That, to me, would be the biggest farce, joke, ridiculous nature of anything I've ever heard of. We've already taught these poor 18-year-olds that when you're told to go to class and you don't like it, you can leave. We've already told these kids if you're not happy, you can do something else. We've already told these kids that it's hard to hold them accountable, and now we're going to tell them to not man up and walk down a line on somebody who's kicked your butt and have enough class to shake their hand is utterly ridiculous. If that's what we've come to, shame on whoever said it. In my humble opinion, I got to make sure I say in my opinion because we're all allowed to have an opinion now. So in my opinion, that is asinine.
Well, this is Guy Dickie V, though. I mean, most coaches love Dickie V.
Well said, Tom Izzo.
Yeah. But I agree with him.
But he's exactly right. He's talking about if you don't like what's being taught in class, you can leave. If you don't like your coaching, it's too hard, you can transfer. You can do this. And you can do that.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to hear that coming from a college coach.
Yeah, but he is saying you had a lot of choices as players.
Yeah, but that whole industry has bailed on jobs to take the next bigger job. So when I hear college coaches, and Izzo may not have done it himself, I don't know his history pre-Michigan State, but when I hear college coaches telling me about guys not fulfilling their commitments, you can throw that right out the window. That's a joke because that whole profession doesn't fulfill their commitments. And I'm fine with it, but don't start lecturing the players who want to transfer when you're the coach at Central Michigan and the first opportunity to get out of there and get a bigger job, you take it.
No, I get that, but we are getting to the point where everything is benefiting the player.
Well, that's okay. It's benefited the school and the coaches for 100 years.
But I'm just saying you really don't have to go to class anymore. You can't yell at a player. You got to play the player. If you bench him, he's going to transfer out. It is becoming as soft as baby shit.
Yeah, there's
that's pretty soft.
There's Tom Izzo.
Never felt it.
Tom Izzo right there. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy's Chicken right there, open for lunch. Right now, you probably don't want the mashed potatoes at this point.
Are they soft?
But they've got other great things like the baked beans, and the fries are tremendous and very firm and solid and a lot of texture to them. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there, champyschicken.com. Check out the full menu online. It is Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken and the home of chicken on a stick and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Get by there and see them on Highway 119 in Alabaster. LT's got trash coming up on the other side.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from The Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
It smells like a bar in New Orleans.
There's nothing that, I mean, what smells good that's stale? Like, people say that all the time. Well, it smells good. Well, if it goes bad, it's not going to smell. Well, what smells good when it goes bad?
Stale money smells good.
But that doesn't smell better than good money, like fresh out of the ATM.
I tell you what really smelled good, like
money's good. It smells good.
It smells good.
The driving by, I think it was the Flowers Bakery, the fresh bread.
Such a good smell.
It was so good. You could smell it. You could smell it. And usually it was before you'd found a place to eat lunch, and you'd be like, oh, I could just go eat bread right now.
Yes.
Part of our show today is being brought to you by the lock of the day. LT's got a lock for us before we get to the trash, and it is brought to you by the unbelievable folks at Hemphill Services. You know Adam, Chad, and the whole team at Hemphill. They've been doing this since 1954. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you call Hemphill Services. Disaster can strike at any moment to anybody, anywhere. That's why you got to have this number on standby, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. You hear the name Hemphill all the time, right? Well, they can handle all your plumbing needs, all your cooling needs, all your heating needs. They handle it all, and all of us have trusted them since 1954. Not us. We weren't here since 1954, but your neighbors, your parents, your grandparents, they've trusted them since 1954, and you should too. Hemphill Services, the lock of the day, 205-229-2090. They'll fix anything. Lock us in.
Hey, 8 o'clock tonight, SEC Network, Alabama traveling to Nashville, Memorial Gymnasium, I should say. Alabama opened as a 3-point favorite. It's gone from 4 to 4.5. It's back down to 4. Alabama, as you mentioned, 1-5 their last 6 against the number. Also 1-5 in their last true 6 road games. You look at Vanderbilt, they've won 4 straight at home. I like Vanderbilt plus the 4 here.
You like Vandy plus the 4 tonight?
That is your Hemphill lock.
All right, so Vandy plus the 4 tonight against the Crimson Tide is where LT's going. He's thinking Scottie Pippen Jr. could drop 39.
I did not say that. No way said that.
Tonight, if the defense doesn't get better. New bracketology's out. Alabama's a 5 right now. 5 seed, according to Lenardi. Auburn is still a 1 seed, despite the loss to Florida. Auburn number 3 in the AP poll yesterday. Alabama at 24. That game on the Crimson Tide Sports Network tonight if you want to listen to Chris Stewart and Brian Passink, or you can watch it on the SEC Network. All right, getting to trash now. Do you have a dog finally returned to its owner?
Oh, I don't. This is a good story, I'm sure.
Oh, can we pull up the picture?
Brown on the dog.
Is it a good story?
What?
It's a very interesting story.
Oh.
Well, if it's not, if you guys got pissed off at me because I talked about some
no
kid getting murdered.
Look at that picture right there.
Yeah, a guy that brought a shotgun to somebody's house, he should have been shot in the chest.
Well, he should have been.
Yeah, so,
here we go.
It's a little long, too. A little long.
There's the dog. They got the dog when he was 6 months old out in California. And the dog was outside. They jumped in the shower, and then they came back out, and the dog was missing. They don't know if the dog got out from the backyard or if it was stolen. But the chip that was in the dog had given up, and the dog was pronounced dead in 2015. Yesterday, police found this stray dog rolling around, and it was returned to its owner, who had not changed their cell phone number in 12 years. 12 years later, returned to its owner.
I mean, it's a good story. It's a sad story, though.
Yeah,
if the chip gave out, if the chip wouldn't have given out, owners would have had their dog 5 years ago, you said?
Well, they gave up on they listed the dog as deceased. I guess the chip stopped working or whatever. But I mean, you missed the dog's life, but you do get the dog back for the final years.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good story. I mean, it ended better than I thought.
Yeah, so I just thought it was interesting. I saw you, and I was like, after the dog's movie, I thought you'd find that touching.
How far away was it?
It was out in California. They don't know how far the dog went, or if it was stolen and finally just abandoned, or what. Sometimes dogs get stolen out of the backyard.
And that's another thing. I think that's almost capital offense. You steal somebody's dog.
You think you should go to the electric chair?
Yeah. No, I think shot and killed's fair.
Yeah. And one other story that everyone is sending us now. It's from.
What if you steal a car?
I think stealing a car is better than stealing a dog. 100%. You don't?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
I think they're both wrong. I mean, car's felony, you should go to prison.
Yeah.
But honestly, do you think stealing a car is worse than stealing a dog?
I don't think you should steal anything.
Okay.
The Babylon Bee is a story that was sent to us from everyone yesterday. We appreciate you all sending in. This is a fake website, right? This is the
no,
Onion.
it's a parody site, and it's fantastic.
I wouldn't have liked this if it was real.
It's fantastic.
It would be interesting if it was real, though.
Headline, and this was all sent. Make sure you show this to Lance. Supreme Court approves death penalty for people who use leaf blowers before 8 a.m. And they've got a link to the video Brown shot back. No, I'm kidding. They don't have that link, but it is a leaf blower story that's
so
out
good.
there.
They should have used it.
They should have used it in that.
Honestly, it was 2 weeks ago. My neighbors across the street came over, and I pulled up, and they were walking in my driveway. I didn't know what they were doing, if they were going to look at some landscape or something. But I pulled in. I met them at the top of the driveway, and they were like, he's been blowing the leaves for about an hour and a half now, and we hear you talk about it on the next round.
That's right.
And we didn't know how bad it was. And they're like, I don't get this.
Hour and a half, huh?
Hour and a half.
Wow.
Yeah,
is it
if
is it backpack blower?
If that guy passes Instead of a 21 gun salute, will they have 21 leaf blowers?
Lance won't be at the funeral.
But there was a day. I mean, look, I think the leaf blower is a good invention. I think it obviously you can manage your day a lot better, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It saves you a lot of time. But there was a day where we just rake the leaves once a season
and burn them, and it smelled good.
You burn them, and then when the leaves fell, you just had kind of a patchy yard.
Yeah. I don't like leaves in my yard though.
Or if he gets cremated, where do you want your ashes spread? In our backyard by the leaf blower.
Just blow.
Yeah. Just blow it all over the backyard.
It just goes everywhere.
Trash time. Hit it, Rockstar.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision.
Great.
Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Yes, is our friends at Mortgage Right. Not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right's got the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they are still low. But act quickly because rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. We start first. Man was arrested Monday after ordering his 4-year-old son to shoot at Utah police officers in a McDonald's drive-thru. Do you know why?
He got the wrong order.
Incorrect order.
Oh, I got it right, Rockstar.
The Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake said in a statement that officers were called to a McDonald's at around 1:30 p.m. following a report of a man brandishing a firearm at employees after receiving a wrong order. Police said employees asked the man to pull over to the front of the store while they corrected the order. During this time, they also put in a call to police. When officers arrived at the scene, issued several verbal commands ordering the man to exit the vehicle, did not cooperate. Officers then opened the vehicle's door, pulled the man from the car. While taking the man into custody, an officer turned back towards the vehicle and saw a gun pointing out of the rear window, according to the department. After alerting other law enforcement, the officer swiped the gun to the side as a round was fired from the weapon. According to police, the weapon was fired by a 4-year-old kid sitting in the back seat with a 3-year-old sibling.
Well, it's a sad story. I mean, you've probably turned that kid to a life of crime already, and he's 4.
I don't know. Early at 4.
Well, I don't know, man.
Maybe he'll forget.
I mean, what's this kid being taught?
What's your earliest memory, though, you think?
Well, I don't know, but the kid knew how to fire a gun.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be trained to do that, right? That doesn't come natural from the birth canal.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
From that to this, authorities in Louisiana crediting a prank website for preventing a teen boy's murder in Baton Rouge this week. Cannot believe how many times we've done this in Trash over the years.
And it's the same website.
Yep. On Monday, Valentine's Day, a 14-year-old girl found the website rentahitman.com.
Oh, the same site every time.
Ordered a hit on her ex-boyfriend, also 14, a little young to be ordering the hits, right?
Well, I would say yes.
And to be Googling something like a hitman.
Now, the teen, whose name has not been released due to her age, was arrested after an administrator of the website alerted authorities of her request. Now, it is unclear if the arrestee had entered a plea to the charge against her or retained an attorney. This isn't the first time Rent a Hitman has cooperated with authorities, despite its satirical website descriptions, including a clause claiming that all clients' information is protected under the Hitman Information Privacy and Protection Act of 1964. They have prevented an estimated 150 murders.
150. So it's not a law enforcement site, Rockstar, right? It's just a joke site?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing it's a trap
rentahitman.com
site, too. But it's just like if I go Google Hitman, I'm sure it's one of the first results.
Yeah, yeah, but the law enforcement doesn't own it. Like somebody just owns it and they're handing over information to law enforcement. Yeah. 150, though. Think about that. 150 people have fallen for that one.
Double proxy marriages on the rise in Montana.
What are these?
You don't have to show up for it, but somebody will stand in for me?
In a proxy marriage, a representative known as a proxy stands in place of either the participants. Now, in a double proxy marriage, participants are both absent from the marriage ceremony and each is represented by a proxy.
Why can you not show up for
your own? Let himself go.
What is the point?
Yeah, why can you not show up for your own wedding? Why do they need these?
They're watching a football game. It could be a fall wedding.
It could be.
Yeah, wait a second. Do you end up going on the proxy honeymoon, too?
I'm doing this for my friend.
Yeah, look at her.
Sorry, honey.
Now, it may be a term that some people aren't familiar with for one simple reason. Montana is the only state where double proxy marriages are legal. In order to qualify, you must either be a Montana resident or an active duty military member.
Oh, well, that makes sense there now.
Okay. Law has been put into place in Montana since it became a territory in 1889.
Like, I'd be okay for active duty military. Like, if they're they're in Korea and they need to get married, I'm okay with that.
Brown's about to break into a commercial for running for U.S. Senate in Alabama. He's pro-military.
What if they did
pay
that?
for the suit and the gown? Like, if I'm the bride, do I have to pay for the gown? Like, I want a really pretty bridal gown. I want expensive. What
if that was in the commercial, though? Is that Ryan Brown is your pro-proxy marriage candidate?
Yeah, he's pro-military. Do you also like guns, Brown?
I like guns.
Yes.
He goes to church, he's got a dog, and he's pro-proxy marriage.
They're coming to take your kids, but
Here
Brown
I am
is
in
not
hunting
going
gear. It shows that I can hold a shotgun.
You pro on the dog chip that will never give out.
Well, sure.
Dog
Yeah,
chip
if we're
give
gonna put a
out.
dog chip in.
For the record, I'm not sure the dog chip gave out or if, but in 2015 they pronounced the dog dead. Yeah. So
Probably
maybe the
gave
battery
out, though.
gave out. Yeah.
Now, you guys tell me where you stand on this. Writing in a post upvoted over 11,000 times on Reddit's "Am I the Asshole?" subreddit, the highly amused husband detailed how they were heading to Japan for a month's vacation when he pulled this stunt. He went on to say, quote, we booked the tickets. When we booked the tickets, we initially thought that we were going to be sitting next to each other, but I had the option to upgrade my seat to business with the air miles, and I did it. Now, after revealing his plans, his wife was, quote, not too happy about the situation because she wanted them to sit together during the 12-hour journey. Now, her husband said he explained it was going to be an overnight journey. They would be sleeping, so he didn't think it mattered.
Yeah.
Yet when he communicated this with his partner, she got upset and said that he, quote, chose business class over her and branded him as, quote, rude.
Yeah, he is, by the way, to answer the question from earlier. First of all, if you're not going to sit together, give your wife the upgraded seat. What kind of husband upgrades a seat and takes it and makes his wife sit in the back of the plane?
Well, they're my miles, not hers.
How about this?
She's your wife. Treat her like that.
He then began to mock her by saying she was just jealous, and has since he refused her request to switch his seat back to economy. He went on to say, I'm not going to miss my opportunity to sit in business class. In my eyes, it's just a 12-hour flight. Doesn't matter if I sit next to my wife or not.
Yeah, I'm sure that marriage will flourish.
You know what she should have done? Bathroom with the dude she's sitting next to.
Or she should have got
power move right there.
She should have got a proxy husband on that flight.
He's lucky he should have go rentahitman.com.
How long have they been married, Rocky? Any idea?
No, it didn't say.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
This one ain't going to work out.
I mean, I can't even watch. People in the Farmfolio chat room couldn't believe I brought this up the other day, but I saw a guy sitting in the car while this girl was pumping gas. I mean, that bothers me. I can't imagine upgrading and making your wife sit in the back of the plane.
How cold was it?
It'd have been really cold at my house if that was my daughter and her boyfriend.
Okay, fast forward. Has the roommate ever pumped gas while you were sitting in the car?
Lance,
I might have been doing something.
No.
Yeah, I might have been paying. How about that?
Ridiculous if you make your girl pump gas. That's ridiculous.
It says the guy that let his dog run away.
It says the guy that welched on a bet the other day.
Hey, what bet did I welch
The
on?
Dunaway thing? You wouldn't know. Oh, you wouldn't honor it.
Did we get 2 steaks knocked off?
Yeah, he had to add a sandwich.
Yeah, well, that was for fun. It was miniature hamburgers. Hey, Rockstar, quick update on laundry in the Dunaway house. We now have a schedule. I get the laundry room Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Maggie gets it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Did she get the playlist too?
Wait, is there a story behind this?
Apparently, I may have said something over the weekend that, I thought Sunday was my night to do laundry.
You are arguing about what night you get to do laundry.
Well, I needed to do some laundry.
Why do you not just do laundry together? That doesn't make any sense. Why don't you wash your clothes together?
I don't trust her not to shrink my clothes. She points out that I gain a little weight, so my clothes are tight.
Like you blame it on Maggie.
I think that she shrinks them in the dryer.
Wow, she went Mr. Mom on you. Yeah. Didn't she call him Orson Welles?
And she put asterisk. I get the extra day because I have to do everybody else's laundry but yours. So
okay, so
we're still married though. Everything's happy.
The only food challenge you have lost to this point is the Cadbury eggs.
It's the only one I have not been able to finish.
Cadbury and Heinz have joined forces. They are launching a new product. I don't think this is going to be good, but the Chocolate Masters have teamed with the food processing company to release the Cadbury cream egg flavored mayonnaise. While this may seem like an April Fool's joke, the new release is in fact very real. Will be available to try this month. Made using the original recipe, the mayonnaise will be mixed with the gooey center of the Cadbury cream egg, then combined with soft Cadbury chocolate from the egg shell. While you may have thought the odd creation may not taste right with anything under the sun, Heinz has suggested you pair it with waffles or crumpets for a sweet, creamy treat. Actually, the more I think about this, I probably would try it on a waffle.
Yeah, I mean,
when's the last time you had a good crumpet?
Ask Miss Maggie.
Yeah,
Lady Maggie.
She probably had one Sunday. I would say this is going to be your sweet, salty thing. Yeah.
What do you put this on? You just eat it straight out of the jar, you think?
They said crumpet or waffle.
Or waffle.
What is that crumpet?
It's sort of a biscuit or sort of a hard cookie.
If Dunaway's in Butterfly Gap, he's putting it on his Proxy.
Proxy. There's plenty of Proxy to go around.
Proxy. Thank you, Rockstar.
I got humble brags for you guys.
Speaking of which, there's plenty of Proxy to go around. I did think the guy who had the frozen penis for the second time and no one else was suffering from that, I thought that was sort of a humble brag at the Olympics.
Kind of so, yeah. I wonder if it's more. Yeah, but I wonder if it's more prominent in that sport than we know.
Well, I mean,
I think somebody's they're probably ashamed to admit it.
Yeah, but everyone else is skiing in the same weather and the same. Yeah. There's only one penis that's freezing.
Yeah, but how do you not get frostbite on your hands first or something?
Yeah, well, they got gloves on, I guess, right? But is he is he out front though? That could be it. It could be because he's skiing out front.
So if
did he win? Did he win the gold?
I don't know.
Wouldn't you think they would have some kind of protection for that, though?
Well, apparently it slows you down.
Yep. A winter cup check?
Humble brags for you guys. First one. We're going to Disney World in April. I have secured a VIP tour guide because the reports of crowds and wait times made me nervous. Can anyone reassure me that if you had a little wait time with the guide getting you to the fast line of every ride you desire, just want to know that our $8,000 was worth it?
Ridiculous.
Here's another one. If the man in the van behind me at the drive-thru at McDonald's this morning is on here, I hope you enjoyed your free breakfast. I love paying it forward. It's a nice feeling.
Just if you happen to follow me on Facebook, if you happen to, and you're looking to see who paid for your meal, it was me. I love doing it.
Another humble brag. I've conducted quite a few interviews recently. I don't know if I should be flattered or terrified by the number of candidates who have said, quote, yeah, I follow you on Twitter. And I always feel a little panic and wonder, what have they seen? And the final humble brag.
What you got on there, Jim?
I buy sandwiches and coffee for homeless people and make sure I have proper conversation with them. I hate how society has become so selfish and just ignores those who are less fortunate.
Wow.
I gave the homeless guy a sandwich. Did you have a proper conversation with him? Damn it, no. So selfish.
The guy just wants some food, man. Some money and some food.
Nick
Maybe
says
some shelter.
Nick
Don't talk to me.
Nick says $8,000 is just a normal Monday at Disney now.
Yeah.
That's not even VIP.
Yeah. That's
what you blow through.
And don't go to Disney if you don't like crowds. I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah, really? What do you expect?
Yeah, that is trash right there, brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Hey, everybody knows money does not grow on trees. That doesn't mean it isn't growing beneath the floorboards of your house. With the cash out refinance, you can use your home for whatever requires funding in your future. All you need is the home equity to back it up. Mortgage Right's team of experts standing by to offer you a free home health checkup. Head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And while you're all here for trash, let me remind you that the Magic City's pro soccer team, Legion FC, getting ready to crank it up for the regular season on March 13th. We're trying to pack Protective Stadium, guys, and you can do that. Tickets start at $7 for that season opener against Tampa Bay, and it's going to be nationally televised on the ESPN platform, either ESPN or ESPN2. I think it's ESPN2 for this game. Tampa Bay Rowdies, the team that's knocked Birmingham out of the playoffs the last couple of years. Don't like those guys. There's a chance to go cheer on the home team. It's coming up March 13th, Protective Stadium. Get your tickets, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com, starting at $7, Protective Stadium. Follow them on social media at BHM Legion.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter at JLuns.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brown's got some good news for Alabama football fans, it appears, in just a second after LT tells us about the great folks at New Life and our T-shirt design that we have working right now.
Our friends at New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com. Right there, submit your shirt design and win. Head to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. We want to see it. Get that creativity going from the listeners and viewers here on the Next Round.
All right, get out there. I mean, don't rush through it. Just give us something extraordinary.
There's not a bad idea.
That's right. And throw it at us. Maybe something will stick and we'll fall in love with it, right?
Well, there are bad ideas, but we want to see them.
Well, every bad idea is something we could laugh at.
Like, what do you think the worst idea ever to go mainstream was? Outside of the Birkenstock.
Birkenstocks held on, though. They're coming back.
Crocs have held on, too. I would never.
Yeah, didn't we do a story a long time ago about Crocs going out of business or bankruptcy or something? And I think they're back and bigger than ever now.
You know, I think the pandemic's helped them tremendously.
Helped Crocs?
Yeah, because people just
What
started
about
ordering a house.
the little things that the kids used to put on the Crocs? I remember
they're still existing. My little one's got a pair of Crocs.
Remember when we were at Academy with our great giveaway that we did with Folds of Honor?
That's one thing she bought, right?
She bought, one of our people bought the Crocs and some of the things that go in the holes.
Oh, I forgot that they still make the things that go in the holes.
Oh, yeah, my little one's got them.
I'll call them bedazzlers.
I don't know what they call them.
They're calling them gibbets.
Gibbets.
Yeah.
Gibbets.
I tell you, Crocs are good for little kids, though, because a lot of times they got to go out of the house and you just put your Crocs on and have to deal with the shoes.
That's right. We're just going to walk across the street. All right, the good news for Alabama football fans, maybe, Brownie.
What, do you want to reset the story?
Okay. The Saints are interested in the sports performance and sports science directors at Alabama, Ballou and Ray, and they come by, they come pro days, they come and scout Alabama, and you just hear great things about sports medicine, the cutting edge sports medicine and training that they have behind these two scientists in Tuscaloosa. So the Saints, reports from NFL people, the Saints were interested in hiring both of these guys away and recreating that in New Orleans for the NFL franchise.
So David Ballou, who is the director of sports performance and head strength coach for Alabama football at UA_Coach Ballou, tweets, #Roll Tide. It is then subsequently retweeted by Director of Athletics at the University of Alabama, Greg Byrne, which tells me two things. Number one, David Ballou looks like he's staying at Alabama. And number two, Greg Byrne approves this because Greg Byrne probably had a little conversation about David Ballou's salary at Alabama.
I was about to say, there's a raise in there somewhere.
Yep, and so he's retweeted it. So I would imagine David Ballou's probably making a little more money today than he was yesterday. So good for him.
So pretty good move there if you're a Bama fan. Want to keep that continuity. If you like the way that's been going right there in the offseason, since they've changed the way they do things in Tuscaloosa. Basketball tonight, Alabama and Vandy in Nashville. The Tide's a 4-point favorite in this one. LT locked up Vandy in a second. Keon Ellis right here. Coming off a great game for him, but a bad, disappointing loss for the team at Rupp Arena. They thought they were going to get a win there. They did not. Keon talking about moving forward.
We all know how good we are. We know what we're capable of, what we can accomplish. So we just gotta fight through it. Like as I said, we know we're capable of. Like we can make a deep run in March, but it just starts within yourself. So everyone just got to take a look in the mirror and just buy into the team. I think that'll help solve everything.
Yeah, a little bit of this has creeped into the fan base, and you wonder if it's creeped into the locker room that the schedule is so tough. There are a number of losses here. That does it mentally somehow skew your belief on whether or not you can get the job done as players? Has it skewed your belief on the coach and just how good your team is? Has it skewed the fan base on just how good this team is? You wonder if having such a tough schedule and the losses have stacked up, if it's mentally impacted this roster.
I don't know if these guys look at that. I think they do believe they're really good. I think the fan base, you can look at it a couple of ways. Okay, you're 0-4 against Kentucky and Auburn, but you beat Gonzaga, you beat Baylor, you beat Houston, but then you lost to Missouri and you lost to Georgia. So, I think if you're a fan, you're frustrated because you know how good they can be, but at the same time, you can't trust them because you know how bad they can be at times.
I do think, though, I don't know how players look at this, but, I'm 17-10. I am 7-7 in the conference, which is great, but I'm in the top 25. Historically for Alabama, that ain't awful.
Yeah.
This is not Kentucky or Kansas we're talking about here. Alabama's got a proud history in basketball, but top 25 this point in the year with a chance to be a 5-seed or better.
Yeah, how many guys on that roster really know that they have the most difficult schedule in college basketball? Like, I would think that maybe one per roster probably even follows Ken Pom.
Yeah.
Like the guy the other day for Wisconsin that wanted to sing varsity, he probably follows Ken Pom.
Oh, I think they know, LT, because every time they roll out, they're playing a top 5 team, it seems like. They're at Vandy tonight. This is one of those they're supposed to win. They're the favorite, but it's one of those things they've struggled with this year, playing to the competition. We'll see how it plays out tonight, 8 o'clock up in Nashville. When we come back, Mike Griffith joins us to talk SEC football and Georgia, replacing some staff members. Stay with us on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur RV show last week, don't worry. We will continue the sale this weekend at the Coleman RV show. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing are available this Friday, February 25th through Sunday, February 27th. It's your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Coleman RV show, right off I-65, exit 304. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. We're about to talk to Mike Griffith about a variety of things, including Matt Luke stepping down at Georgia yesterday to spend more time with his family. It has been a season of transition after the national championship on that coaching staff. What Mike says about that after LT tells us about the great folks at Redmont Vodka, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim is clarity and taste. It's color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package Store, ABC stores. And don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin. Pick up a bottle this week of Redmont Vodka or Vulcan Gin.
You can follow Mike on Twitter at MikeGriffith32. Read him in the AJC. And he's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, Dog Nation portion of the AJC. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Doing well, guys. Thank you. Just getting back from Gainesville. Had the first-year Coach of the Year ceremony last night with Coach Spurrier and Chris Doring, and got to see Josh Heupel and Shane Beamer. So a lot of SEC action last night, man.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that. I was real critical of the Heupel hire. I thought that was a lazy hire by Tennessee and Danny White. As of 1 year in, I have got a lot of egg on my face on that one. That guy had a pretty good year.
Well, you know, he didn't win the press conference.
I know,
but you get to know Josh, and that's kind of how Josh is. I mean, you know, he's the quarterback version of Philip Fulmer, and you know, all those years I covered Tennessee. I mean, Fulmer has a pretty interesting and dynamic personality, but you would never get that from his interviews because, you know, Coach Fulmer is a guy that understands that in the South, you know, when you're a head football coach in an SEC school, you're an ambassador for the whole state. You're a statesman of sorts, and they're not going to play the fun and games that Lane Kiffin is, right? They're going to be, you know, I think that they're going to have a lot of dignity about them. I think they're going to be, you know, for the most part, conservative in what they say, vanilla, perhaps even. And I think that's the way a lot of people want their coaches to be in the SEC. I mean, it makes it fun to have a guy like Lane Kiffin that, you know, the frat guy that never grew up or whatever, his Twitter account's exciting. And, you know, Lane will say some smart aleck things on social media. He doesn't have a pulse in person, but on social media, he dazzles and he's fun. But at the end of the day, I wonder if that cost Lane some opportunities at a school like a Florida. Like maybe Florida's like, you know what, too much fun and games, right? Like I wonder, you know, and whereas Josh, I think he fits Tennessee, but most importantly, guys, he found a way to win games and he found a way to score a lot of points and he did things differently, you know, and that offense was different. He's got an exciting quarterback in Hendon Hooker. And so, you know, that's why he was deserving. And then Shane Beamer, I mean, let's be honest. I don't think anybody thought Shane was going to win more than 3. I mean, we all like him. We love him. He's a great personality. But we all looked at it and shook our heads and said, poor Shane Beamer. You know, but doggone if they didn't go out there and win some football games. And if it didn't work, and he's got this karma going, and I don't know if South Carolina can keep it up, but Landon Spencer Rattler, that's a pretty good start. So I'm intrigued to see what Shane will do. I'm intrigued to see what Josh will do. Kentucky carries a little bit of momentum, albeit they just lost their offensive coordinator to the Rams, but they returned their leading rusher and their quarterback. I think the SEC in Napier in Florida, he's out there hiring the world, you know, trying to copy Nick Saban. You know, I think the SEC East is going to have a little bit more bite in it next year, and I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia lost a game in the SEC East next year.
Hey, so Mike, interesting news coming out of Athens yesterday, and sticking with Georgia, offensive line coach Matt Luke stepping down. The reasons he cites, you know, spend more time with the family. Really unfortunate, and Brown brought this up earlier in the show, that we speculate there could possibly be more. But is there anything more to the fact that he steps down late February than just wanting to spend more time with the family?
Well, you know, I think it's a sign of the times, you know, and I think if you want to say there's more to it, it's that Kirby is like Nick, and he works these guys really hard, you know, and I mean really, really hard. Now, Nick and Kirby are going to work every bit as hard as the rest of the crew. That doesn't mean it's any easier not to have any family time and to be working those Friday nights or to be breaking down 4 games before you take your vacation like they do at Alabama or whatever. But you know, it's like Nick said a couple years ago, and he was right. He said, you know, I think it's funny. I'm not quoting him verbatim, but he said, I think it's funny that all these people want to criticize how hard I make these guys work, and then they go somewhere else to start their programs and they do the same thing that I did. And he's right? I mean, look, this is what it takes. If you want to win championships, if you want to be the best, this is what it takes. Now, that's not necessarily conducive to a good family life. That's not necessarily conducive to a healthy lifestyle. Working 16-hour days and eating food that you order out on. I mean, look, but this is the SEC, and it's the ultimate, and everybody's trying to win. All these fans think they've got a right of, we ought to be good. But somebody's got to lose. Everybody's trying to win. Everybody's putting a lot of money into it. Everybody's looking for an edge. And, there's only 24 hours in a day, and at some point, I think it takes a toll. And, if you're Matt Luke, and then here's the other factor. Coaches now making more money than they ever did. So there was a time they didn't have a choice. They had to keep working. Heck, a lot of these coaches would become ADs. But now these coaches make so much darn money, and I'm not saying they're not worth it. Obviously, the results speak for themselves at Alabama, that's for sure. But, you make enough money, you can walk away. If you're Matt Luke, you've been a head coach for a few years, whatever your buyout was, you made $900,000 the last 2 years. You got $2 or $3 million in the bank, and you think you need a break. Take a break, man. You're leaving with a championship ring, a great resume. Matt Luke can come back to college football whenever he wants on his terms. So I think it's a sign of the times as it is as much as anything else.
And several coaches have left that national championship staff, Mike. We see that happen almost annually now in Tuscaloosa, a little less this year than years past.
Sure.
How comfortable is Kirby really having to do this mass, reconstruction of his coaching staff, unlike he's had to do in the past?
Well, I mean, Kirby, he doesn't care about comfortable. It is what it is. So, we were talking to him about the mess of the NIL and signing. He said, you guys call it a mess, but that's my world. And there's no reason, no sense in me complaining about it. I just got to get to work. Same way with Saban. I loved it when Saban, I'll never forget the spring media days a few years ago when Pruitt was down there and they just gotten the Brandon Kennedy kid from Alabama and they wanted him to have immediate eligibility. And, Jeremy was on his soapbox about how he transferred from, Middle Tennessee State to Alabama back when I was covering the Tide, when Pruitt was the scout team defensive captain because he had a good football IQ, so he ran that scout team for Ivy Williams back in the day. And Greg Stanky, oh, me too. I was a transfer also. And Saban got in front of the room and said, are we sure we want to do this? We sure want to do this, guys? Because y'all are thinking there's going to be people that are going to leave my program. And there might be. He said, but we're going to get some players too. And I remember thinking to myself, boy, I'm going to remember this. Because Nick is putting everybody on notice that if you want to open this door, we're going to find another way to kick your ass at Alabama. And that's exactly what they've done.
Mike Griffith is with us. You can follow Mike on Twitter at MikeGriffith32, DogNation.com, part of the AJC. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I know JT Daniels is not a Georgia player anymore, but it's a guy you cover, and he's still in Athens there. Do you have any guess where that guy's playing next year?
Well, I mean, JT's situation is this. He's got to graduate before he's eligible to transfer because he's already transferred once.
Yeah.
So when he transfers, he's going to transfer as a grad transfer. Now, Ole Miss had some interest in him before Jackson Dart, but JT didn't want to commit, this early. He wants to scope everything out. I mean, this is his last chance. This has got to be a good fit. I mean, he thought he had a good deal at Georgia. They told him what kind of offense they were going to run, and injuries happened, and Kirby changed his mind and went with the walk-on that, runs the RPOs, right? When JT got signed up, it was, we're going to throw the ball all over the yard. We got Todd Monken, record-setting, offense with the Buccaneers, and things change, right? Varsity Blues, things change, Mark. And all of a sudden, JT doesn't fit what Kirby wants to do to the point that he's playing a walk-on. You're going, well, okay. So here's JT, incredibly talented guy. I mean, he might have won the Heisman Trophy if he would have stayed healthy last year when you think about it. His numbers were just stupid good. And the offense just was unbelievable when he was out there. But so you're asking me where he might go. Well, there's about 6 or 7 schools right now that I know he's talking to. Without getting into too many details, I think there's only a couple in the SEC that are on the board. And then outside the SEC, he's looking at some other Power 5 schools. But he's going to have to wait, I think, until maybe the end of spring. Because there's no sense in committing right now publicly because, you don't want to upset the apple cart of the guys that are already on the team, and then people transfer, and they're going through spring drills and saying, why are we doing this if you're bringing in another quarterback that's not even here yet? So it's part of this whole new world that we're in with transfers and NIL and managing the locker room and roster management. It's a lot more complicated and complex than it ever was.
Does one sound like Barbron?
Is Auburn on the list? Jim wants to know.
No, I don't think so.
Wow,
I don't know where
good.
that came from, but no, I don't think so. I just don't see that. Look, who's he going to throw to? I mean, look at poor Bo Nix. I mean, he's throwing to their best guy was a guy that couldn't get on the field at Georgia. No offense, but I mean, who the heck was Bo Nix going to, 2 years ago? I got to say this. And again, I mean, I'm not an Auburn beat. I was in the 90s. I covered Auburn, and, I still, there's still a part of me that watches Auburn and such good people, such a loyal, you guys know what a loyal fan base that is. I mean, it's, every day they wake up and, they got to contend with Alabama. I mean, what a world to be in, But, I feel bad for this Bo Nix guy because 2 years ago, he got like 4 new starters on the offensive line. He ain't got no blocking. The offensive line was a joke. I mean, Gus had messed up the recruiting cycles, so he doesn't have any protection. And last year, he doesn't have any receivers. Everybody's like, it's all about Bo Nix. It's like, dude, you got to have a supporting cast. Listen, I'm as impressed with Bryce Young as anybody on the planet. And I mean, he was better than I ever thought he would be. I want to tell you that. I was wrong. I wondered if he could get through the year, but after watching Bryce, and I mean, the kid's magical. He really is. He's a great person. I talked with his dad. It's a great family. I mean, this guy is really, really special. But he wasn't good enough without his best players. All of a sudden, Bryce Young he threw that pick six. You think maybe that had something to do with the receiver? How about that drop pass inside the 5-yard line, right? But Bryce had won the Heisman, so we didn't turn on our heel and go, he's a terrible player. But poor Bo Nix, I mean, what's that guy had around him? So I'll be curious to see how Bo does up at at Oregon. And then as far as JT, why would you go to a place that you may not have enough weapons, to get her done? I mean, great example of, dating myself here, but Steve Young, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who was he, right? He goes to the 49ers, he's a Hall of Famer. So I think at quarterback, I think your supporting cast means a lot. And I think that's what JT's got to look for is a good supporting cast and a situation where he can have success. Yes, Auburn is a good football program, but I don't think he's planning on being around for more than a year. I don't think he wants to be part of a rebuild. And that's if you think Harson's even going to get, more than 1 year. I mean, I don't know. That whole situation is so shaky because of the way Auburn handled it. I feel bad for Brian Harsin. I mean, this guy starts next year dead man walking. I mean, I don't even know what saves his job, right? I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know the innards of that or the buyouts or any of that kind of thing, but doesn't he start the year on the hottest seat in the country?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, are we to assume if Stetson Bennett stays healthy that he starts all 12 games?
Well, I don't know. Kirby loves this guy. He loves this guy. He in his eyes, he sees greatness. And I mean, he was good enough to win a national championship, and he did have an MVP performance against Michigan. I thought he played really well, but I'm not sure. I think in Kirby's mind, I think this is the guy Kirby wants. I mean, Monken said he was wrong. I mean, Stetson was ready to leave last summer. Monken had him 3rd or 4th on the depth chart, and Stetson goes into Kirby's office and says, "I want a chance to compete." And the head coach says, "Okay." And he's back on the team. He's the 3rd stringer. But then the week of the UAB game, the 2nd stringer, Carson Beck, all of a sudden, he's not the 2nd stringer. And Bennett's starting to go, wait a minute, when did it, we'd even asked Kirby, is Carson Beck the number 2? Kirby says, yeah, he's the number 2. But it was Bennett that started. And so, Kirby really likes this guy a lot. There's a connection there. There are a couple South Georgia guys. He likes the mobility that Stetson brings. He likes the play-action shot plays and the way Stetson runs those. He feels like it's a good fit for the offense. But when push comes to shove, the question is going to be, can Stetson do enough to carry the offense now that they don't have, and I'm assuming they don't have, the same caliber of defense? I mean, they lost so much in their front 7. They're going to have 4 first-round picks or 4 first or 2nd-round picks out of their front 7. I mean, this was arguably the best defensive front since '92 Bama, and you're losing most of those guys. So now maybe, like the championship game, Stetson really didn't get the motor going until late in the third quarter against Alabama. They really hadn't done. Do you have that luxury now to wait until mid-third quarter to get your offense going? Will you have a defense, the Florida game, right? 3-0, 3 minutes left in the first half. The defense forces 3 turnovers, 21 points. If that magic's not there, do you have the time to stick with Stetson? And what does the offense look like? Pickens is gone, and, George was gone a lot last year, but, boy, when he came back, you saw that catch he made. And, that was a big catch to take the top off a defense like that in the first half. So I think the plan is for Stetson to be the guy, but they've got some really, really talented guys behind him, and Brock Vandegrift and Carson Beck. Carson was an Alabama commit at one point. Vandegrift was a 5-star Oklahoma commit. And so the question is, can Stetson elevate the offense enough? And if he can, he'll be the guy. And if he can't, Kirby's a businessman now. He loves you till he doesn't. He'll make the move if he's got to.
One basketball question before you leave. When Georgia gets eliminated from the SEC basketball tournament, does Tom Crean fly back with the team, or does he fly commercial somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't know. But I'll tell you, that's so tough. You lose your 2 best players before the season starts. This is just not the league. This is not what this league ain't what it used to be. There's 4 or 5 games used to be, 4 or 5 teams that just weren't worth the darn. Now, boy, what a Shark Tank, right? Look around the league. Look at the guys Bruce Pearl's brought in. I tell you what, we're crying our tears for Auburn football, and meanwhile Bruce is done amazing work. And I covered Bruce all 6 years at Tennessee when I was a beat writer there, and the best beat I was ever on, by the way, because every practice was open. When we went to Europe, he's like, yeah, you're going to hang with the team the whole time, ride the bus, walk through Prague with them. I want you to see it all, he's just a remarkable guy. I know you guys have felt and seen the charisma. I can't believe he's winning like this at Auburn. I just can't. I'm like, you got to be kidding. I thought the job was going to kill him. I called mutual friends. I said, I don't know about this job, man. Bruce has done some crazy good stuff, but this one might be too much. This one might be too. And doggone, if he didn't have the Auburn Tigers ranked number 1 and in the Final Four. I'm like, you remember that commercial where the guy wakes up in the time warp, the SEC shorts, and he's telling everybody Bruce is, and people think he's crazy? I would have, and listen, I'm the biggest advocate for Pearl because I saw what he did firsthand at Tennessee, but I would have never believed it. Now, conversely, Crane has not been able to do that at Georgia. The Georgia culture is such, they've won 1 regular season title in the history of that school. Think about that. That's not a coaching issue. That's a culture issue. And it comes down to this. Do you care enough to invest in your program? And you can interpret that however you want. But at the end of the day, you got to get players. And I know this. Up there at Kentucky, they're driving Porsches now. I'm not exaggerating. They got a kid with a Porsche NIL deal at Kentucky. And if you think that's something, that's just the tip of the iceberg up there. Come on now. They invest. You want to be invested? Kentucky, right? And that's who you got to beat now. So, Georgia can change coaches and play musical chairs all they want. But until they invest in the program, they're not going to win games without players. You coach them up. And Crean's a great X's and O's guy. He darn near beat Auburn a couple weeks ago. I couldn't believe it. Did beat Alabama. He didn't do it because they had better players. He did it because he's a hell of a coach. But if you don't got players, you can't win consistently. And they don't have players. So Georgia's got a decision to make. Yeah, you can hire somebody else. But at some point, the administration's got to look in the mirror and say, all right, what do we need to do? Or the quote-unquote basketball community, the sort that exists at Carolina, Kansas, Kentucky, Duke, the basketball community that helps ensure you have enough talent needs to form or emerge for Georgia to get on the same stage as the rest of the teams in the SEC.
Read Mike at dognation.com. SEC Network's where you see him. Follow him on Twitter at Mike Griffith32. Mike, thanks for the time. Always great talking with you.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right, man. You too, Mike. With us on the that was a weird one. Mike with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
They can't help Tom Crean that 4 starters for Auburn, who's been number 1 or top 5 most of the year, are from the state of Georgia, including Jabari.
That should be a better program.
Walker Kessler.
But it never has been. Yeah. Give me a time when Georgia's been good. Hugh Durham forever ago.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Lance. It doesn't make much sense.
So that's Mike Griffith right there with us, and we will continue the conversation on the other side. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City. We talked about Greg donating us a kidney earlier in the show. He doesn't have to do that for you. He just has to give you a free, he doesn't even have to do this, but he gives you a free, no-cost inspection. If you don't know what we're talking about, kidney donations, go back to earlier in the show. You can watch the first hour again anytime you want on YouTube. You can get that free no-cost inspection of your roof anytime you want, no obligation. Just call Greg up, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. And listen, has some recent storms come by. If you had any damage, or in the future, if you have any damage, you call this guy. That's Greg's cell number, by the way, I'm giving you, 205-542-3531. You can text him, do whatever you want, but if you get that storm damage, he'll come out, take photos, and line it up so your insurance company knows your damage. You get full coverage there. He'll work with your insurance companies. Those guys love you. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for 20 years. You've heard me talk about him for years. There's a reason why, because this guy's top notch. Call the number 205-542-3531, free no-cost inspection, or look him up on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Few things in life are more important than a great night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had in our life, and it is all thanks to the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress we got from Sleep Outfitters. We don't wake up now wondering, did I get a good night's sleep? We feel fantastic and ready to tackle the day. And when I tell you Sleep Outfitters made it enjoyable and easy, that is a huge understatement. The Sleep Outfitters team is just absolutely terrific. And right now, you can join Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic or Posturepedic Plus spring mattress, starting at $299. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. So head in now to take advantage of the President's Day sale at one of the great state of Alabama Sleep Outfitters. Find the one nearest you at sleepoutfitters.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
All right, always good catching up with Mike Griffith. Very popular over in the Farmfolio chat room. Clay Travis briefly earlier as he was getting ready to interview former President Donald Trump in his home today, or in his place down in the Florida coastline.
Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago. It was a humble brag, I thought, from Clay, but it would have been even more impressive if he had put the former president on the phone with us. Hey, I'm sorry, Clay can't make it right now.
No, I thought it was nice of Clay just to jump on for a second to let us know behind the curtain.
I agree, but Dunaway's right. That would have been funny if he was like, guys, hey, I can't join you. I got a friend, though, that needs to tell you why, and he has the phone to Trump.
Hey, I'm sorry I'm taking Clay away from you. I can't do it for Trump. Can you do one?
That's not that, but no, I can't do it. I cannot do it.
All you can say is China.
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
China.
So that would have been good. Clay earlier briefly. That will not be podcasted, I assume. That 90 seconds.
Alec Baldwin did the best Trump. I guess he will not do Trump anymore.
Actually, no, I don't think so. He's got a few issues. Scott's already sent out the video of it.
Oh,
not only is it not podcast, we got video of it.
Simpio brings us part of the show today before Brown gives us an update on Aaron Rodgers, who's made another media appearance today after some interesting comments last night on Instagram that had people thinking, all right, that's Aaron Rodgers' way of saying he's done. Simpio first, and then Brown updates us on what has happened today with the Packers quarterback.
Got a really good friend in Nashville, just reached out. He's got a business and was inquiring about Simpio literally like 30 minutes ago. Simpio is one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast, and they're going to take care of all of the BS in every single office. One of the first calls we made here on the next round was to Simpio. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you will gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call today, 205-635-7467, or for more information, Simpio.com.
Aaron Rodgers is on the Pat McAfee show now. Again, I guess, have we done the backstory on his tweets? He sent some cryptic tweets last night.
Yeah, I mean, he was thanking everyone for what he has gone through during this year of love. He says, this is it last night, Monday night gratitude for some of the incredibly special people in my life, with some pictures from this last beautiful year. And he starts with his former fiancée, and he goes through everybody, the quarterback room, receivers, everybody.
Yeah, so a lot of people were reading into one of the photos specifically that apparently every national anthem, Rodgers, it's their custom, stands between Devontae Adams and Randall Cobb, two of his receivers. And one of the photos is a photo of an anthem with Devontae Adams and Randall Cobb, and nobody standing in between them. And a lot of people thought that was his cryptic way of saying he's leaving Green Bay. So today he's on the Pat McAfee show. He makes a regular appearance with Pat McAfee on SiriusXM and Pat McAfee's YouTube channel, and says there will be no decision on my future today. A lot of people are tuning in thinking he was going to announce that. But he goes on to say there's nothing cryptic about gratitude. I was going through some pictures from last year and felt an intense amount of gratitude for the life that I have and the lessons that I've learned. He says he told Matt LaFleur, 3 years together, I've won 2 MVPs. That's no coincidence. He told Shailene Woodley, who's his former fiance, I've been with you for 2 seasons and won 2 MVPs. That's not a coincidence either. So he says he's just being, introspective, and he's looking back. He came on McAfee's show. He said he's just coming out of a 12-week cleanse, and has come out with a sense of gratitude, and that's why he's doing this. Because coming out of his 12-day cleanse, gratitude has been kind of his theme.
Right.
So that's the reason he is sending all this out today, and there's nothing cryptic about it, he says.
And he goes on in the McAfee interview to acknowledge that the Packers have work to do on something else today. They have more important, quote-unquote, fish to fry. He didn't say that. It's my words out there. Quote, there's this one specific guy who's like the best guy in the league at what he does. Where's number 17? You might have heard of him. And he's hinting that the Packers need to take care of him first before they worry about Aaron Rodgers.
Again, but if you're Devontae, you don't want to be taken care of if Jordan Love is going to be your quarterback. Here's what bothers me about Aaron Rodgers. We went down this road last year.
A lot of things bother you about Aaron Rodgers.
Well, yeah, but I think a lot of people would agree with me here. I mean, to stir up more drama, make a decision. It's this simple. If you don't want to, if the decision is whether or not you're going to play football, then you can have some time. But if you're going to play football, let Green Bay know whether or not you're going to play in Green Bay. It's really simple.
But don't you think some of that depends on what they do with Devontae Adams?
That's right. I don't want to commit to them if they're not going to commit to Adams first.
Well, that's all you got to say. You can publicly say that. Hey, I'm not coming back to Green Bay unless Devontae's there. Simple.
You could publicly say that, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I do think there's an element to that in what he's doing, don't you?
Yeah. First of all, he may be trying to get his guy paid.
Yeah, he knows I hold the cards here. They want me to stay because they know I'm a great quarterback.
Yeah, but wouldn't you have more leverage if you say, I'm not coming back unless Devontae's there?
And he may have said that privately. I don't know, Lance.
Yeah, but why not go on and say it publicly?
Well,
because if I'm a Green Bay fan, you saw how worn down that fan base was with him last year. And by the way, you won a couple of MVPs. You know what? You didn't win a Super Bowl.
That is true. He did not. But he's claiming there's no – I would never have picked this up. But when you know the history behind the anthem, and that's one of the photos he sends out, it does look like there's a little cryptic nature to that, doesn't it?
But after what he did last year, you know that's a little bit of the drama he wants to play. I'm of the belief that he will be back in Green Bay. I think Adams will be back in Green Bay because they hold his rights. They can tag him, and that window opened today and can go through March the 8th. So I think they'll either sign Adams to a longer contract or they'll tag him, keeping him in Green Bay, and I think that'll keep Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. So if you want to end the discussion today, I think Aaron Rodgers is in Green Bay next year.
Well, then he should end the discussion today. Again, this is a tired act. You did it last year.
But you wouldn't do it until you got your guy paid.
Yeah, but again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. But I think if Aaron Rodgers behind the scenes, if you don't want to go public with it, if you had that conversation with the front office and said, look, the only way I'm coming back is if you sign Devontae, then it gets done. It gets done immediately. There's no holdup here. But I'm just guessing that Aaron Rodgers is going to play this thing out.
I do think he likes the drama. I like Aaron Rodgers more than most. I'll certainly like him more than you. But I do think he likes the drama. I think Aaron is just one of those guys that likes the drama.
But let's be fair on this, that Peyton Manning went on a live camera NFL Network tour. They were picking up local affiliates. Peyton Manning has landed at the Denver airport. Where else did Peyton go?
Totally different.
But you knew it was done in Indianapolis.
He went to a couple of places, though, right?
He did, but you knew it was done in Indianapolis at that point.
You did.
Yeah, and Jim Irsay made his decision. I'm drafting Andrew Luck. Thank you for what you've done, Peyton, but you're gone. So Peyton had the opportunity, and by the way, he earned his right to be able to do that. Aaron Rodgers, I'll give him the pass on last year, although it rubbed Green Bay Packer fans. Again, I don't like the guy, but this is Green Bay Packer fans the wrong way. He does this again, man. He is losing a lot of fans.
Yeah. If Green Bay Packers are nothing without Aaron Rodgers next year. Zero. You even have them not even winning their division.
I totally agree, but I don't think it's fair to the fans.
It is crazy, man. It is crazy. You do not see NFL franchises have this level of elite quarterback playing back-to-back quarterbacks. It almost never happens. And they've got one Super Bowl to show for it.
Well, same with Indianapolis.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, but they didn't get this elite.
No, but I think
they went Peyton to Luck. That is not. That's not Favre to Rodgers.
No, it's not. But they only had one Super Bowl.
They only have
Peyton.
one, which feels underwhelming. Yes.
But I think Peyton was better than Favre, and Rodgers was going to be better than Luck. But if Luck would have stayed healthy, I think Luck was close.
He might have been, but he didn't, and he wasn't. And you just never see this. I mean,
no, but I'm saying they got it right.
San Francisco went Montana to Young, and they won. What did Young win? 2? Or just the
Young
one?
won 2.
Yeah, and Montana won. So they actually got it right. But do you know how infrequently?
At least one. I may have jumped too far on 2 with him as the starter.
Do you know how infrequently this happens, though, with an NFL franchise? When you're this elite in back-to-back quarterbacks?
Yep.
This never happens. And you've got one Super Bowl to show for it. If I'm a Green Bay fan, those have been some fun years, but I do feel underwhelmed.
Well, hang on. I mean, if we go Brady to Rodgers, that may be the new record in Tampa Bay.
Again, it shows you that in the NFL, it is the most difficult sport to win a championship.
It really is.
Well, you say it's the college basketball. That's the most difficult.
The college model.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the NFL by far.
I didn't read the fine print.
No, I mean, the last time we had back-to-back, it was before Florida won back-to-backs. You don't see it in the NFL. Yep. As good as that's what makes the Brady-Belichick run so incredible.
I mean, what was Favre's first year in Green Bay as a starter?
93 maybe, 94?
I was going to say 93, 94.
Yeah.
I mean, you think of how long they have been elite at quarterback, and they won one Super Bowl.
And I don't think Jordan Love's going to be elite.
I mean, the odds will tell you he's not. Can you get that right 3 straight times?
I don't think so.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. LT will tell you about them, and then I'll tell you what's coming up in the next segment. It's an interesting college football conversation we'll have. Tell us about Gutter Cap.
823-2212. That is the number you need to write down. Look, you want to stay off that dangerous ladder forever. It's a dirty, dangerous job. It's getting on the roof, cleaning the gutters. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It will fit over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round listener and viewer. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
El Tiger says we've seen more repeat champs in the NFL than in college basketball. In the Super Bowl era, I don't know if that is true.
5 times.
Well, maybe. How about this? Over the last 20 years,
I would say
think the NFL has changed.
If you go back to UCLA, didn't they win like 10 in a row or something?
How many repeat champions is that?
They repeated
it every year.
Repeated it. Coming up in the next segment, a lot of discussion about the college football playoff expansion. And now the conversation has turned, and Brown talked about this a little bit on Friday and Monday, about how the SEC is sort of changing maybe their belief on the college football playoff system. Can you see a world where the SEC walks away from the college football playoff model in 4 years? It's part of the conversation when we come back.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket?
Hope you guys are
Head on over
nice
to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
A friend of mine texted me a t-shirt idea, and I've directed him to nextroundlive.com to enter our t-shirt competition. I think we're going to like it.
Oh, wow.
It may be, it's a good one.
Has it got a stake on it?
Does not have anything to do with me personally, so that makes me like it even more.
Are we doing anything on a stake tonight? I'm just asking. I don't care.
We're not doing anything on a stake, but we're paying one off tonight. We're going to pay one off tonight.
Yeah, because I think the most painful, I think we've done this like once or twice in the history of us doing a show, is when you and I are actually out and you're paying off a stake and losing a stake at the same time. That's painful for you.
Yeah, that is very hard because, but we still have the same rules, right? If for some reason we're out and somebody comps our stake, that counts, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't think that's going to happen tonight. Actually, I know it's not going to happen
some
tonight.
reason we're out.
If by chance.
I can't even get a confirmation on our reservation.
Well, I mean, we had a rule back in the day. Occasionally, they'd walk up and the guy was like, "Hey, your steak's taken care of." One time, it was LT.
It was the first time I ever paid one off.
It was the first time we ever paid one off, and they walked up. LT, we took care of it for you, and I was like, we took care of it for you.
I know what that was.
And I was just like, oh my God, and I knew it was coming too.
Oh,
I knew it was coming. And Dunaway hated that.
Yeah. Yes, I did hate that, LT. Tell us about Precision Sports, injury updates, and everything else going on in the sports world. That includes Kentucky's Ty Washington and Severe Wheeler. Didn't practice yesterday. They could get on the court a little bit today. Tomorrow night, LSU's at Rupp Arena. Something to keep an eye on when we get to the tournament, though. Kentucky's health. They've got the potential to run the table if the Cats stay healthy.
Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in Central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them, precisionsportsortho.com.
I've talked a lot about Montana Fouts winning the SEC Pitcher of the Week. Suni Lee of Auburn, the Olympic gold medalist this past weekend, Auburn gymnastics. She won all 4 events and the all-around. I don't know if I've ever heard of anybody doing that. Like she won, the floor, the vault, the beam, and the
rings,
uneven parallel bars, rings for men, and then the all-around. She won all 4 disciplines and the all-around.
What's the all-around?
When the best score, you compete in all of them, and you win. You get the best score of everybody. So and Auburn won at Georgia. So she's just like, she's performing.
It's almost as if she's won a gold medal.
Yeah. Almost she was the best in the world at one point.
Yes.
But is it one of those situations that we kind of expect this? She's living up to the expectations.
Yes, and like the vault she did had never been done in college before, and it was pretty impressive. Her dismount off the uneven parallel bars is what blows me away.
What would it cost you guys just to go off the vault and do one flip? You can land however you want. You just got to take yourself hands-on and over the top.
You know what's crazy is I did it in high school. I mean, we would do that in high school. It was a tumbling class or something. Maybe it wasn't even high school. Maybe it was middle school.
I'll wipe 3 steaks right now if you'll just do one over the top. All you got to do, you can land however you want.
Yeah.
There's
a bunch of.
That's what would happen. First thing you'd hear would be when I hit that thing, you'd hear the Achilles tear.
You can double the pad.
No, I mean, I could land on my back if I wanted to.
Wouldn't you win a steak, though, if you tore your Achilles? Didn't you bet you would tear your Achilles?
No, we don't have that one, but we talked about it.
Okay.
Because we thought that would be just my luck. I would tear the Achilles and
lose a steak
to it. Those balls, when they practice, what about that? If I land, if I go to the pit and land in the balls.
If he lands in the foam?
Yeah,
if he's got to turn a full flip.
Yeah, like if you land feet first in it, you can do that. You can't land back into the balls. Like if you do a full 360.
Yeah, if you do a full flip and land feet first in the balls, you
I'll tell you what, I'll wipe every steak if you stick the landing. All you got to do is kind of land on your feet.
In the foam pit?
No,
just on
the mat.
Real earth.
Because we know Dana at Alabama. She can get us into the gym.
I bet any high school gym, once you signed a liability, they probably.
No, I'm going to need the official deep foam pit in Tuscaloosa.
If you can do the Iron Cross on the rings, I'll Vince Vaughn did it in old school.
You know what's crazy?
With a cigarette in his mouth.
I did that in high school one time too.
Zero chance you could do it right now. Then
there's zero chance. But to get out, I mean, the strength to even hold it there,
it's crazy.
And then they wanted you to do something else, and all I could do was hold it for a second.
You can't even iron a shirt with a drink in your hand.
I can't even hold it like this very long, and that's without the rings
and your body weight
and my body weight.
Yeah.
They wanted you to hold it like this for a second, and the coach would say, "Okay, now do the flip," and then you would have to
dismount.
Roll yourself over while holding onto the rings. It's hard as
My
hell.
gosh, what kind of PE class did you guys have?
Thompson, man. It was before we were football power.
We were playing dodgeball and we were smearing something.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to get crazy, we climbed the rope and pop the top of the ceiling of the gym.
We had that. I couldn't do that.
You could do all that? You couldn't climb a rope?
Couldn't climb a rope. I couldn't do the spin.
You
I
could
couldn't
use
hold
your
it
legs
out
on the
there.
rope, too. Hey, is there
I can never figure that out.
Any chance, though, you will try this?
I mean, I'll think about it, Lance.
Okay.
I don't want to, end the expectation, but the good chance is no, I will not do this. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get back.
Just like I won't eat a 6,000 calorie meal and then jog 2 laps after doing shots, which I think is what you were suggesting the other day.
Did I not offer yesterday for you to do X amount of laps
10.
without eating anything?
That was 10.
In the rain.
In the rain.
Yeah.
Was it going to melt?
When I was 7 steaks up that one time, I never offered you to do anything humiliating.
I know you didn't because you wanted me to pay them.
No.
Oh,
I mean, I didn't. You
yeah.
didn't pay
You didn't
any
want to
of
give
them.
anything
you
back.
paid 1 or 2 because you win them back so quick. I can't hold on to them. You hold on to them forever because I'm always losing. I just paid 2 off the other day by eating all that stuff and then lost 2 on Saturday. So
it's like I'm trying to give you some back right now.
It's like I didn't
without
even,
having to pay.
It's like I didn't even eat anything last week. I'm back to 188 though. I finally lost them all.
Oh, God, I was so worried about that. Thank you for
Back to
updating.
188.
That's good.
So that Suni Lee girl, though, I mean, will she do this 4 years? There's nothing else to do, right?
Well, no, she's already made her money.
Yeah, I mean, but she'll do the Olympics again, no?
I don't think so. I think
really she does a one and done at the Olympics.
I mean that cycles out pretty quick, Brown. If
she's obviously still good though.
Yeah, but if she's in the college ring, the scoring is very different in college than it is in international. The things they do in college is not as complicated as they do internationally in gymnastics.
Oh,
so I mean she's been able to dial some of this back and still blow everybody away.
Oh, really? So she's doing less than she'd have to do the
gymnastics knowledge is
it's crazy. Where did you get this?
Thompson? I used to cover Sarah Patterson back in the day. She's not.
Did you ever see on the call screen Sarah from Tuscaloosa?
She's not even in fifth. She's not even in fifth gear. She's 4 gears here.
So really,
yeah, she's got another level, which is why this is.
So does she even
El
stretch?
Tiger says Suni Lee will be in the games in 2024.
No, does Suni Lee stretch before the event?
El Tiger, I bet she's not.
Oh, you're betting against Suni Lee.
Yeah.
That's only 2 more years.
Not because she doesn't want to be. She just won't be in.
It was just a younger man's game.
She chose to go to college. I think if you are planning to still compete internationally, you're still with the international team, the American team.
Okay.
And you train with them and you do that. That's why most of those people you didn't see Carrie Ruggs go to college.
That's Carrie Scruggs.
Yeah, whatever her name was. Carrie Ruggs.
Carrie Struggs.
Yeah.
Hey, and she stuck that landing. She stuck the landing with one leg. Yeah, she won't even try with two healthy legs.
I love that way he's spewing all the gymnastics knowledge and then completely butchering an aim.
All right, well, we come back. That football conversation we promised to have next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 5-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Our friends at Mortgage Right brings us our final thought today, and it's on the SEC and playoffs. LT.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right been with us since day one here on the next round. And in today's world, responsibilities don't stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during your next Zoom meeting. For others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it possibly can be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the home of your dreams with ease. You don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because Mortgage Right will do all the heavy lifting for you. Make home ownership easy. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Andy Staples and Matt Hayes yesterday both writing stories about the SEC versus everybody else. Feinbaum hitting yesterday and today on ESPN Radio that the SEC's desire to be part of this college football playoff after 4 years may be waning right now. Can you see a picture of the future without the SEC endorsing a college football playoff? I mean, you know the commissioner better than just about anybody.
Yeah, but I mean, well, what's purpose would that serve the SEC? Give me the SEC, how they benefit from that.
If they're not part of it, then I assume we go back to whatever we were doing, just the
2 games,
or just go back to the AP national champion if we don't have a playoff anymore.
But look at the money that takes out of the sport. That's what I don't see is that TV contract is worth a ton.
Yeah.
And in theory, you're getting more for your regular season contract because it is leading up to that playoff, right? The generated the attention and excitement that's generated in the sport because of the playoff trickles down to the TV contracts the SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, the ACC, and the Pac-12 are getting. So to me, it would seem counterproductive to just say, hey, we're out of the playoff altogether. We want nothing. That would seem counterproductive to me.
Yeah, I would agree. Debilitating to a lot of these programs, too, because you get used to spending that money. It's already spent. And I mean, what is the average program now making in the SEC? Is it $44 million a year?
It was more than that. What was it this year?
54.
Okay, $54 million. Imagine what that would drop to without a college football playoff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would drop.
I mean, do you think it'll drop? I mean, if you're bringing in Texas and Oklahoma, who's going to question whether or not the best team in the country is the champion of the SEC?
Here's why I think it'll drop, because all of your money comes from ESPN, ABC now. There's no CBS moving forward. And I think the reason they are investing the way they are in college football is because of the playoff. Now, would they still invest? Yes. Would it be to that level? I don't know. That would be my fear, is that the next TV contract that rolls around, ESPN's like, I mean, yeah, we were paying you that much when we had a college football playoff, but now that we don't, it doesn't really make that kind of sense for us to invest that.
A lot of posturing going on with the discussion about a college football playoff expansion or that falling apart and us sticking at 4 for the next 4 years of that original deal of 12 years for the playoffs. Spring football cranking up very soon around the Southeastern Conference. We'll keep you updated on everything. Basketball tonight for Alabama. 8 o'clock up in Nashville. The Tide, a favorite over Vandy. LT locked up in our Hemphill Sports, Hemphill Services lock of the day. He likes Vanderbilt plus the points at home tonight against the Crimson Tide. We'll recap that and everything else live tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. right back here on all our platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.